like if we are watching a movie. It is a wonderful experience, unless we forget it's just a movie. But when we realize it is an illusion brought forth from that projector and the screen, then we can enjoy knowing we're safe and knowing that nothing can hurt our true selves, that light of consciousness within us. If we look deep into the nature of the universe, what we see is that time has no beginning. Time has no end. Space goes on forever. If there was a wall at the edge of the universe, there would have to be something beyond that wall. And so if this universe is beginningless and endless, then we can see that, like everything else in this universe, which exists in spirals and endless circles, and everything is a microcosm of something larger, that these laws repeat endlessly, then we can see that there was no birth of stuff. There was no moment that something came into existence. There is an endless cycle of expansion and collapse, and potentially of infinite universes. And so the real question is not, why is there something instead of nothing? The real question is, why was there never nothing? We tend to think in terms of, I was born this day and I will die that day. But you really cannot pinpoint the moment that we are born, and we cannot pinpoint a moment of death. Before our inception, two people had to come together to create a new form, but that form is inseparable from the parents and inseparable from all of life on this planet, which went into the evolution of this one life form, this ever expanding and growing life form that is all life on this planet. And this planet would not be here without the stars that came before it and the energy and the hydrogen that made those stars. So it's always been here. And so to realize that there's never been a creation tells us that something is a law of physics, just like gravity. It exists because it wants to exist. It exists because it needs to exist. And it exists in such a way to create infinite possibilities, beauty, and love. And we know that because there is infinite beauty and love. We all know that there is this appearance of separateness. We are taught from infancy, me, my. And we learn our name, and these are hardwired into our thinking mind, these concepts of a separate self. And it is essential for functioning in this world, for opening a bank account, and not just a public bank account for everybody. The problem is when we think that's all there is, when we lose touch with something that is much deeper than the separate self, which is the relationship, the connection. Everything we experience is experienced through the relationship between this illusory self and this illusory separate universe. When we lose touch with the relationship, which truly is everything, because we can have bad relationships with food or people, or we can have great relationships with people or food. It's not the person or the object that they are interacting with that's important. It's always the relationship. And is that relationship wise, or is it based in ignorance? And when we don't see the connection that connects everything in the universe, we begin to feel like we are the most important thing, that we need to look out just for ourselves, that it doesn't matter what happens to the planet. And we begin to feel alone. We begin to be consumed with anger at others, greed and selfishness. But we don't want to lose that. We don't want to lower our consciousness. We want to expand our consciousness and to include that sense of oneness, that sense of everything fitting together to create this experience. Nothing happens in a vacuum. No one is truly alone. Everybody came from two people. And if we go back far enough, millions and billions of people and life forms went into creating this incredible ecosystem, this one life on this planet that sustains all life, this air that we breathe that comes from the trees, the foods we eat that are nourished by the soil made of the trees and all of the other life forms. And so seeing oneness doesn't mean we forget that we have this name, that our ID says a person's name that we respond to when someone calls it. We simply recognize that that is the most shallow, superficial, surface level of reality. And if we thought that was all there is, we will succumb to enormous suffering. We will feel that every setback, every obstacle is life-threatening and so stressful and will consume our entire attention, and we will become a slave to the external circumstances of our lives. And when we see underneath that surface that there is just oneness, that there is just this sea of energy that we are swimming in, and that it is peaceful and loving and sustaining, then a sense of safety and joy emerges no matter what else is happening on that physical level. What we see is that this physical space, this physical reality, is only part of the story. It is to play and explore with curiosity, to learn and discover all of these colors, shapes, and forms that we will find ourselves amongst. And it is not so serious as to get too hung up on either. There's so much more beauty and wonder and mystery that we can also discover. And that is where true peace comes from, because it is eternal and infinite. This may all be a hologram, a projection of energy to our consciousness, but it is a wonderful hologram. And like if we are watching a movie, it is a wonderful experience unless we forget it's just a movie. But when we realize it is an illusion brought forth from that projector and the screen, then we can enjoy knowing we're safe and knowing that nothing can hurt our true selves, that light of consciousness within us. These physical bodies are just part of the show. And the consciousness is the light bulb in that projector that brings the illusion to life. We've just been in the video game for so long that we forget that we're in the illusion. But when we turn our attention inward and we turn the awareness back on itself, that is when we can see that when the show turns off, there's still something there. If we don't heal ourselves, no one else will. And so it can be incredibly powerful to, before we make a big change, before we move to the 5th city or quit our 10th job, to really look inward. No matter what we have anxiety, worries, and stress about. For everybody, it's different. It can be financial. It can be being alone. It can just be a fear of getting sick and dying. But the key to not worrying, not stressing, and not having anxiety is to realize there is nothing to worry, stress, or have anxiety about. As long as we think there is something to worry about, we will worry. And when we realize there is absolutely nothing to be afraid of, to worry about, to stress about, or have anxiety about, worry, stress, and anxiety disappear. And the fact is, no matter what happens in our lives, we can face it. We can overcome it. We can make the best of it. We can stay optimistic and know that that too will change. When there are a lot of problems in our lives, there can be a strong tendency to run away, to move, change jobs, change careers, to believe that a new place, a new environment, a new partner will solve all our problems. But when we find ourselves surrounded by problems, we are the common denominator. We are seeing problems everywhere we look instead of solutions. And so it can be very likely that everywhere we go, every new job that we have, we find the same problems. That new problems keep emerging because we might be the chaos generator. And sometimes a new city, a new job, a new partner may be the right solution, the right change to make. But if we don't address our cause of these problems, which is to say the chaos we bring to the table. If we don't heal ourselves, no one else will. And so it can be incredibly powerful to, before we make a big change, before we move to the 5th city or quit our 10th job, to really look inward and to pay attention to that inner voice in our head, how it speaks, how it perceives, what it puts its focus on. And we really need to pay attention to certain sentences and phrases that our mind repeats over and over again about a situation we're in. Because what we will find is that it is much easier to blame something else than to change ourselves. So when we notice a criticism of something else, start to pay attention to why we are resisting reality. If we look really closely, we'll see that all places are the same. All people are fundamentally the same. We are messy. We are good. We are bad. We are thoughtful, and we can be thoughtless. We are all on a journey towards progress, doing the best we can with the tools we have. Even the Buddha abandoned his family, and Hitler was good to his dogs. And so we really need to remember that moving is a luxury that not everyone even has. And everyone is capable of healing from whatever a place or a person has done to them, from disconnecting a association we have between a place and our suffering, or a person and our suffering. No savior out there can heal us for us. There is no place out there where happiness exists. If there was, we would all go. We would all live there. We would dump out our bank accounts, and we would pay whatever it costs to have this thing that money cannot buy. But the universe didn't put it out there. It put it within all of us. And so the more we feel that urge to run away, use it as a call to turn inward and go deep and keep going until we find that core of who we are, that peaceful, loving essence. It is at the center of every single one of us. And once we tap that resource, which is infinite, people will start to awaken around us. They will respond to our love, our selfless love without expectation, because it is just flowing from us freely with love and kindness back to us. This is how the world works. When we love with expectation, with demands, with the requirement that a city, a place, a job gives us fulfillment in return, we are creating transactional relationships that people will want to bargain and negotiate and take advantage and steal our kindness and our goodness if they can. But when it is free to the world, there is nothing to steal. There is no way to be taken advantage of. There is no way to be let down or disappointed or angry at anyone else, because we are beings of pure love. That is our truest nature. This is our self-actualized self. When we nourish that true self inside of us, happiness cannot help but blossom. And when we put that ego aside that wants to take and acquire, we remove a barrier of connection to others, and we stop feeling lonely or less than, because a sense of oneness emerges from that selflessness, when all that remains is connection and relationship to everyone and everything. And when we truly tap into that connection, doesn't matter what city we're in, what town, what village, we are one with everything. We are the universe. And we can then, from a place of deep peace and acceptance, choose our life, create it and build it without fear, without escaping. And instead of running away from problems, we can run towards the life that was meant for us. And that is the only way we'll get there. Everything we experience in our lives is experienced in our mind. If we experience something with fear, agitation, anxiety, and worry, it will be a terrible experience. If we experience something with peace and hope and optimism and gratitude, it will be a wonderful experience. If we are worried about death, we will have a worried, stressful life. If we embrace and accept every stage of life, we will enjoy every minute of it. So whatever we are afraid of, get excited about it. Embrace it. If you're afraid of being alone, make it the best alone time you possibly can. Use every minute for meditation and self-growth. And likely, you will be so happy that other people will want to be surrounded by your energy. If you are afraid of old age and illness, assume you will die at 150 peacefully in your sleep, healthy, fit, and strong. And that peace and relaxation and de-stress will make it much more likely. We'll have the energy and enthusiasm for life to stay strong and healthy and fit, instead of being depressed and sluggish and tense all the time. There is absolutely no situation that humans have been through that we haven't made it through. There literally is nothing to worry about. And when we realize this, a peaceful life is inevitable. If we are stressed, then life is stressful. If we are at peace, life is peaceful. No matter what is happening around us, it all has to do with our internal state. That is the only thing we feel. That is the only thing that matters. And that will shape our life. There's really no other way to go through life than to be stress-free, worry-free, anxiety-free, positive, hopeful, and optimistic, full of gratitude for this moment, for this breath, because that's all there is. And it is wonderful. And everything else is just window dressing. When we examine closely depression, suicidal ideation, yes, there may be a lot of challenges in our life, a lot of challenging growth opportunities, heartache and loss. But even then, when we are struggling, when we are lying in bed for days and weeks, when we are having a hard time getting back to life, we are in a prison of our mind. We are trapped by the past and the mental story that we are absorbed in. And this is what we mean when we say we're in a mental prison. We have an inability to see ourselves from a different point of view, to become free from that loop of thoughts. And this is why every spirituality refers to awakening as liberation, as inner freedom. It's not that life needs to be perfect for us to be at peace. It's that we need to become free from attachment to that story, free from attachment to that narrative, whatever it is, good or bad, which are just going to fluctuate between the two. And when we break free from that identification with the body and persona, with those labels we put on ourselves, free from attachment to the beliefs we have and to the things that happen around us, which we say happen to me, but nothing happens to our truest, deepest selves. And so awakening is to expand our consciousness, to expand our perspective beyond ourselves, our bodies, our minds, and our story. That is where true freedom lies. That story may still be there, but we don't have to be a victim or a slave to that story. And we're not a victim to our circumstances. We just need to develop the practice of guiding our focus with conscious intention. So instead of being lost in thought, instead of feeling the weight of heavy emotions and that cycle of thought that says life is unbearable, why go on? We can put our focus on making a cup of tea, on sipping and tasting that tea. When we are stuck in the story, life may even be perfect all around us. It may not be how it used to be. It may not be what we had been used to. But we are adaptable creatures. And the only thing preventing us from moving on is our attachment to the past, our attachment to what was, our attachment to the stream of thought and our identification with it. Those thoughts in our head are 1% of what we are experiencing. There are so many things around us at all times. And when we become stuck in that mental prison, we are unable to see anything else. We're unable to see what may be right in front of us. We're unable to see the potential our lives can take. We only need to recognize that life is full of joyful, great moments, beautiful, peaceful moments, and sometimes growth opportunities. They may be very challenging. They may be very difficult to overcome, but we all can overcome. We can all embrace that which is difficult instead of succumbing to that mental story that says we can't. And it's nothing more than a fiction. We really believe that story inside of us as if it is objective truth. But there are 8 billion objective truths in this world. 8 billion opinions by people who are 100% certain that their opinion is objective truth. And in reality, we live in a multiverse of 8 billion different universes. And every one of them is equally valid and equally limited. And so simply by expanding our perspective, thinking of how someone else might see us and our situation, stepping out of thought altogether and putting our focus 100% on this moment and where I am and the sensations that I'm feeling, and not just the words that pop into my head, we are able to expand our consciousness. And when we start to look at the causes and effects of our lives, the actions that led to this moment, we start to see that everything is fleeting and everything is constantly changing. So no matter what we are feeling, even though we're sure it's going to last forever, that will change. It's the mental story that tells us nothing will change. But deep down we know, no matter how dark it looks, and it may get even darker, we just welcome those growth opportunities. We just say, keep it coming. We don't have to let anything crush us. And we don't have to even take on the weight. We can simply move and flow through it all, because that weight doesn't exist. We create it. We don't have to carry it, and we don't have to accumulate all of the stuff in our lives that we wish weren't so. And we do that by accepting where we are and then creating the actions that will lead us to where we want to go. We never have to succumb to hopelessness, and there is infinite hope to latch onto. And when it's impossible to see, when we're in that extreme darkness where there is no light, we can become aware of that darkness. And that is the light of consciousness. And just being aware that there is this mental darkness, our light of consciousness obliterates it. That is how we realize that it is not real. It is nothing more than the fluctuations of our experience. It's the wanting a perfect life that makes us suffer when things don't go as we expected. A lot of people will not be happy unless they have as much money as Jeff Bezos. If they have as much as the second wealthiest guy on earth, they will not feel like they've made it. And we only can suffer when we have that narrow, limited perspective, the more we become present, we see reality as it is. And we no longer suffer because we're not resisting, we're not fighting. There is no internal conflict. There's just acceptance with whatever we have. And it is in that presence that we can become joyful through those ups and downs. But becoming free from that mental prison simply takes the practice of presence to no longer give 100% of our attention to our thoughts, to no longer believe those thoughts, and to simply witness them without grasping, without resisting, without following them blindly wherever they go to the darkest depths of our mind. And one way we can do that is when the mind is racing, when it is very dark, when it is reliving the worst moments in our lives, and we are unable to become present, to focus on our surroundings. Something very easy we can do is to slow our thoughts down. So when we notice we're thinking, and we notice how exhausting it is, because it is racing a mile a minute and it will not take a break, as it usually does for everybody, we can take control of those thoughts by thinking them very slowly. We elongate the words and we elongate the pauses between the words. And this is something very easy that anyone can do at any level of meditation or presence that they've developed. And we take over our stream of thought as we do this. We don't just slow it down, but we're actually able to guide it into any direction we want. We can put it into a positive place. And we simply do that by slowing it down. We all control the speed. And even though we can't not think of a purple octopus, if someone says purple octopus, we can slow down the thoughts. We can slow down what we think of a purple octopus. And that instantly brings a great amount of peace into our lives. And when we bring in peace, our thoughts become joyful and positive naturally. They become productive instead of chaotic. And sometimes when our mind is racing, all we really need to do is slow down. And it'll develop patience and peace effortlessly. And it is really taking over that stream of thought from unconscious, unguided, wild thinking to conscious, intentional, guided thinking that frees us from that unconscious ego that is trying to control our lives. And that is how our higher wisdom, our higher awareness can come in. And every moment of every day becomes infused with that wisdom, and our life begins to take a new direction. Most of us take life too seriously. We put so much pressure on ourselves that hurts our ability to do our best. Because we know when we are relaxed, we are confident, We're not second-guessing ourselves. And we are thinking in the clearest way possible. When fear and pressure clouds our judgment, we are not going to be our best. Holding grudges is such a great phrase because literally we are holding on with every cell and organ of our body, with our fists and our face and our muscles all tense when we think of those grudges, when something reminds us of an argument or some kind of failing in ourselves or someone else. And we are crushed by the weight of these burdens. And the key is to recognize that tension, to unclench our hands and to take some deep breaths, because we're almost certainly not breathing in a calm and deep way. The world can be chaotic. The world can be violent and angry and hostile. But we all, whether we are in a prison cell or living alone or in a big family full of drama, we all can close our eyes, take a deep breath, and release that tension, release that grip. We so often put so much pressure on ourselves, and in turn, we put pressure on others. We expect everyone to put as much pressure on themselves as we put on ourselves. But why would we want everyone else to be as miserable as we are? Our thoughts and emotions are cultivated. They are constantly changing. They are conditioned by our past and our brain chemistry, by our genes and our environment. They are largely created by the media we consume. And so they are a summation of our lives, mostly unconsciously, mostly out of our control. And we believe that the thoughts and emotions are who we are because we have the closest direct experience of those thoughts and emotions. We don't see someone else's thoughts and emotions, but we have access to the physical body's thoughts and emotions that we shine forth from. And that voice is very convincing. Its whole purpose is to try to control us, to have power over us. And this is because it was necessary to explore beyond our habitat, to go forth and seek out food and resources. If we didn't have this mind driving us, we may never have that thought of, I need food, I'm hungry, let's get food. But over time, they got too smart and they tricked us into believing that it is the voice of God in our head, the voice of our true identity, the most important words on the planet, instead of just this body's present moment impulses. Then we are able to see beyond them, and they don't take up our whole field of view, because they are just words. They are just physical sensations in the body. They don't control us. And so we make forgiveness a practice. We make love without expectations a practice. We may still need to cut people out of our lives who don't respect boundaries, who don't respect us. But we can do so without anger, without grudges. And really, that's the only way to do it, because even if it's just internal revenge, we create an endless cycle of hate and violence, even if it's just within ourselves. And the only way to break that cycle of hate and violence and anger and resentment is through love and forgiveness. That's why they say that living a good life is the best form of revenge, because it really does break that cycle so that you can be free. And someone else who is on the other end of that grudge, it'll probably drive them crazy. And while that's not the goal, they certainly want to make sure you are thinking about them constantly, that you are living in anger. And so the best medicine is to not take that poison. We are already perfect beings. We've just accumulated some of the world's problems, and we've internalized them. But they are not a part of us. They have not reached the depth and the core of who we are. And they never will. And so to recognize that perfection is to let go of all of that chaos from the world. Beyond our brain chemistry, beyond our brain size, beyond our physical body, we are all consciousness peering through a body, witnessing thoughts and emotions, witnessing this life story, the interactions we have. And underneath every single one of us is pure awareness, pure life force energy. Life is a fundamental aspect of consciousness. Consciousness created this universe to experience the universe through life throughout the universe. It is a gift to witness the infinite universe we live in, with its infinite potential for joy, for peace, for bliss. Except for very brief moments, every animal and plant experiences this pure bliss and peace. Only humans can't seem to leave the past in the past. And we worry so much about the future. And it is a gift and a curse, these big brains of ours. But we are still evolving, and we still have potential. And we are all born with that potential to evolve our consciousness, to expand our awareness. And the more that awareness shines through us, the easier it is to see that we are all exactly the same. Some people just don't have as much awareness yet. Some people still act out the impulses of their ego. Some people still believe in their man-made identity, their society-told identity. And it has led to every problem society has ever faced. But many are waking up. Many are discovering that there is an inner wisdom that we didn't create, that we are not responsible for. We didn't learn in school or at university. And we all have this inner guiding light from the universe. We just have to get quiet and still to be able to hear it. It is that intelligence of this physical body that knows to beat the heart right on time. Never miss one. There is a great intelligence and a great wisdom beyond our egoic understanding. And that is the ultimate potential in every single one of us. No matter where we've been, what we've done, what has happened to us. Sometimes the worse the life we have, the easier it is to let go of it and move beyond. We all just want to be in a state of love, pure love that is beyond a recipient, beyond an object or material possession. And it is that greatest of feelings that can be simply for life itself, the everlasting life that has taken on the multitude of forms that will go on forever. And that is who we truly are. We think because we're so smart that we should take some credit for who we are. But a tree just grows. It's designed to grow. It did not have any say in the matter, and it doesn't worry about not growing. It just grows. And when the conditions are right, growth inevitably happens. We just have to get out of our own way to see through that persona, that name label. All of those limiting adjectives that describe ourselves until we get to I am. Not good, bad, great, terrible, stupid, smart, funny, boring. And just get to I am. The trees figured this out, and so can we. Some people think that our memory must be proof that the world exists and that I exist. But memory is a recording of an illusion. It is as if we brought a tape recorder or a video camera into a movie theater and filmed the film on the screen. It would only be proof that we live in an illusion, a very good, detailed, elaborate illusion. In fact, memory is one of the key factors for creating and sustaining that illusion. Only because of our memory do we fall for that illusion of time, that we think that there was ever a past, and only because of our imagination, our ability to create in our mind a possible future, do we have this feeling that the future is coming at us and that the past is leaving us. But in reality, that is only a perspective to a human mind with a human brain that not all animals and creatures experience. Because we feel that the future's coming at us and that the present moment is just here for a brief moment and then it leaves and it's marching towards the past, we feel we have to be ready and catch it and try to hold on to it. But that is not reality. That is not the truth of the world we live in. The truth of the world we live in is that there is this eternal present moment. And that's all there is. Just like a film is made up of millions of photos, still frame photos, capturing present moment. It creates an illusion of time passing. But in reality, all there is this moment, and we can relax. Because we're only going to miss it if we try to catch it. If we try to hold on to a moment, a feeling, and try to knock away the bad stuff. And only when we put down that catcher's mitt and we stop that mental mind racing, which is all a way of interpreting a past moment or anticipating a future moment, then we can stop that mental race, that exhaustion from constant mental activity that is preventing us from appreciating this perfect present moment. And it really is that mental story, the need to solve, figure out, understand, that creates a layer on top of reality, preventing us from seeing the beauty all around us. Because if it's not the greatest view out my window, then it's not worth looking out, you know? Because we're always comparing this moment to another moment. Memory is an incredible tool. It lets us know a good water source is just over the hill. But we have become, gradually over time, living more in our minds than we do in this perfect universe. We've been given this amazing technology of this body, the amazing tools of our mind to think and plan and create. But just like any technology, we've become addicted to thinking, addicted to worrying. And when we realize that the mind, that narration, which is always judging this moment based on a past moment, or judging it based on what we thought this moment should be, that is clashing with reality. That is what is giving us all of that stress and anxiety. There's billions of people in this world, and everyone's got an opinion and an inner narrator, and everyone is certain that their opinions, their voice in their head, is the truth, is 100% reality. And if we step out, we can see that there's no way that that is true, because there's 8 billion different viewpoints. It is just one person's opinion, that ego inside of us, that scared ego that is trying its best to protect us, but so often gets into overdrive. And it really convinces us that our story that we are grasping on and obsessing over is so important. It's the most important thing in the world. That is what is preventing us from setting down our baggage to experience peace. And the less time we spend focusing on that voice, and we start to live in this universe, we immediately begin to cultivate true happiness that isn't based on external circumstances always being perfect, and which would only lead to unstable and fragile, fleeting happiness. And when we generate that inner peace, we create the conditions for lasting happiness. And so often, It's our obsession with the past, our focus on a memory, which is not even real. It was a brief fleeting moment of time, and we can't let go. That tricks us because we keep bringing the past into this moment, and we miss out on our whole life that way. These brains are incredible, but the hard drive space for our memory is very small. And so we have a very low resolution database of memory. And most things we forget because our subconscious determines that it's unimportant. And so it's clearing out space for new memories. And the more we live in that low resolution, low quality past, the more we miss out on the true richness and depth and majesty of every single moment. It's not that the world and that people don't exist, but when you look really close, when you see how the present is the embers of the past, and that this moment is that fire creating embers in the future, we'll see that there is only this continuous process, this change of energy, this stardust that became life and became this planet, and will soon become dust again until it forms new stars and new planets and new life. And nothing can be held on to because it's all temporary. It's all impermanent. And the only thing that is permanent and lasting is that source from which everything emerged. And that source from which everything returns. It is the stillness and the peace that center us, keep us balanced, that anchor us to this everlasting, eternal moment. And we won't get fooled by gain or loss that comes into our life. And the truth is that we are not slaves to our mind. Our mind is the servant of who we truly are. It is a tool, a powerful tool for problem solving and finding creative solutions. When I was in my late 20s and I was a young copywriter in advertising in New York City, I was addicted to everything. I drank way too much, ate way too much, I was a smoker, and I probably had 20 shots of espresso per day or more. I found a loophole at Starbucks that on your birthday and on every 10th purchase where you get a free beverage coupon, you can say, give me 20 shots of espresso in one Trenti large cup. And I was a master at figuring out how to really take advantage of this system. And I was completely enslaved by my impulses and my addictions. But instead of conquering each one separately, the more I was able to practice letting impulsive thoughts come and go, the more not only did every addiction naturally fall away, but the less and less those impulses would appear, and the more peaceful, calm, and quiet my mind became. When we were kids, we would all jump off a bridge if our best friend told us to do it, if all of our friends were doing it. We were very impulsive, and we not only listened to terrible ideas from our friends, but we would pretty much act on anything in our mind. Whatever impulse, whatever urge, whatever terrible idea that popped into our head, we would act on it. We didn't have the front part of our brain developed to know better than to act on every impulse. When we got older, we became more able to have impulse control, but we did not reach the full lesson, which is we don't have to believe any thoughts in our mind. We don't have to obey them, and we don't have to believe them. The reason we are not happy is never our own fault, according to the thoughts in our mind. It is always because of the circumstances in our lives. And that is a much better story that the real us, the person that witnesses the thoughts, wants to believe. And so with a comforting story like that, where we are the hero against a crazy, stupid, evil, chaotic world, our mind is able to fully take us over, and we become enslaved to constant thinking, that reassuring mental stream of thought that always criticizes others, judges everything that everyone else does as negative, so that we, in our own mind, can be perfect. And even though that mental narrative that is going on in our mind 24/7 is making us miserable, unhappy, angry, jealous, and pessimistic, we make that thinking machine, the ego, our slave master, because we are so terrified of an alternative story that maybe we have flaws. Maybe we did something wrong. If we try to root out those thoughts, like an authoritarian dictator, and we deem certain thoughts as good and judge certain thoughts as bad, we are not rising above our ego. We are just playing ego mind games. That judgment and critical nature is still there. It's just turned in on itself so that there is this illusion of rising above, so that there is this furthering of our own heroism in our mind. And it actually keeps us enslaved because we are always on guard, reacting against our will to the thoughts that pop into our head. And so the mind still has us in control. The only way to truly rise above our mind is to direct our focus unshakably to what we choose, not the mind. When the mind wants to go on a long story that makes someone else the bad guy, we don't have to go on that journey. Instead, we can simply witness the thoughts come and go without acting on them and without reacting to them. If our boss yells something at us, we have to do it. If a person on the street who's a random stranger yells at us to do something, we don't have to listen to that person. We don't have to stay and hear what they have to say, and we don't have to comply. We don't even have to say no. We are under no obligation. And this is the same way we free ourselves from our own mind. We are under no obligation to do anything except watch thoughts come and go. And this is how they lose all power over us. We can move our focus like a flashlight. We can shine it anywhere we want. We can make it super focused and narrow, or very broad and wide. At first, the mind will kick and scream like a little child not getting its way, and it will get louder and louder. But eventually, we move on. Eventually, something else captivates our attention, and we forgot what we were just thinking about. Just like a child throwing a tantrum in a store because it wants a toy or candy. When the child realizes it is getting no attention, that it is doing no good to kick and scream, it gives up. And at the end of the day, what the mind really craves is attention. When it has our full attention, it knows that it's the boss. And so we have to activate that inner parent inside of us that does not respond and just allows the mind to tire itself out, to give up its old tactics and tricks. And when we stand firm, when we don't create a mental reaction and don't give in to our impulses, those impulses and that mindless chatter becomes less and less, quieter and quieter, until eventually we have a well-behaved mind. And the second thing we do is practice directing our attention, guiding it and resting it on a single point. This is how the mind becomes calm, and this is how our lives become peaceful, no matter what we're doing. When the mind is always jumping around wildly, chaotically, our lives become chaotic. But when we practice in meditation to keep our mind on one point, like our breath or our body or a mantra, we are training our mind to become peaceful, to become focused. And we are training ourselves to be that flashlight operator so that we are in control. Yes, that light may shine on something displeasing, but we can move it. We don't have to obsess over the most negative, scariest things in our lives. We can turn that flashlight's beam to where we know that we can make the most progress for ourselves, make the most improvements in our lives, and not get bogged down by pessimism and insecurity. The more we practice directing our gaze of awareness, the more control we take over our habits and actions, and eventually we're able to consciously create the life of our dreams. Everything comes alive when the inner narrator gets quiet. As long as we are living in constant thought, we cannot see reality. We are living in our imagination. We are living in our projected fantasy of reality. We think we need to analyze everything, plan what we're going to say, and label, describe, and formulate an opinion around everything we see. We can't even look at a flower for more than half a second before saying it's beautiful. And as soon as we say that, we're no longer looking. We can just get these little snapshots of reality if we're lucky, but most of us are lost in a constant stream of thought. So instead of living in this vibrant existence with infinite colors and sounds and smells, we dull those colors and sounds. We blind ourselves to the beauty and complexity and majesty of this miraculous universe. And all we can focus on is whatever our thoughts are turned to in any given moment. It reduces the infinite universe to one word at a time, one tiny little word out of our tiny, limited vocabulary. And we do this because we feel like we have to. We must keep busy. We must always be thinking. We think that intelligence means thinking all the time, but it actually obliterates our wisdom, which comes from a deeper sense of understanding. When we are thinking, it's like a standard computer with binary code, and only one computation can be done at a time, one word. But when we are free from thought, we are like a quantum computer, able to do vast computations with much more vast complexity than binary on, off, yes, no, zeros and ones. It is when we can sense the world, we can take it all in at the same time, and we can respond accordingly. Our whole species really suffers from the mental illness of narrow-mindedness. We put all of our attention on what's right in front of us, what's in our hand. We look closely at our computer screens or our phones, and we block out the entire infinite universe of trillions and quadrillions of planets and stars. And we put all of our attention and the importance of our focus on one little tiny thing that may be just a couple inches long. Maybe it's the words someone's saying in front of us. Maybe it's the texture or color of the desk in front of us. Whatever it is right in front of us, that's how narrow our focus is. And so when a word is hurtful, we get triggered and go into a rage, and our blood pressure boils, our heart races, and we have no awareness of anything else going on in the entire universe. And if we had a proper perspective, if we maintained awareness of the entire world humming along, the entire solar system, the whole galaxy spinning around that supermassive black hole, the universe entire, not on an intellectual level, but on a simply awareness, then we would really maintain a peace that takes up 99.99% of our being, and that tiny little 0.001% can recognize those hurtful words or actions of another that get us so worked up, and we will maintain a very deep level of peace. The bigger our perspective is, the more stuff there is for us to be aware of than we can think about all at once. When we just become aware of not just the cup of coffee in front of me, but the farmers, the shippers, the marketers, the store clerks, all of their families, all of their ancestors, the soil and the bugs and the sun that went into those crops, and the rain and the seas where the rain came from. And we don't just see the cup, but we see the infinite causes and conditions that went into it. It is so much more vast than we can intellectually think about. And it can bring about a deep sense of presence, free from the narrator, because we are filling our awareness with so much stuff that there is no room for thought to enter, because we are on a deeper level of being that goes far beyond thought. And just try it out. When you're in a conversation, try to be aware not just of the words, but of the place, of the vastness of this universe. And notice how, without needing to think about what you're going to say, notice how the present moment pulls the most perfect right words out of you. We do not have to plan what the present moment calls for. As soon as we plan, we are missing the moment. And this is true in a conversation where, we see at dinner parties, someone responds to something from 3 topics ago, and everyone's just like, okay, I guess they were planning what to say next for a really long time. This is true of our lives. When we make big decisions, we can really focus on the pros and cons and, miss out on a lot of things we never considered. We cannot predict the future. We cannot predict how we will feel about the future. And this is why we just keep changing. We might change careers, we might change cities, we might change again. And it's all part of this beautiful journey that we are all on of exploration and discovery. As long as we don't forget that no place, no career, no job will bring us the happiness and peace that we long for. The only thing that will bring it is this present moment, if we can just get our thoughts out of the way. And the best way to do that is to take that big picture perspective. We are killing the present moment every time we relive a memory, wishing it were now. When we are stuck in the past, when we are reliving our childhoods in our minds over and over again, longing for those simple, better days. This is common when we had an idyllic childhood and maybe our lives turned out different than we expected, or we just long for those days that were carefree, free of responsibility, not a care in the world. If we were to go back to those days and actually look at what made them so great, what we would find is that we were actually present for it. These were our earliest memories. We weren't longing for even younger childhood than our childhood. And there is no age that needs to stop. There is a way to embrace that these are the new times. These are the amazing, exciting, more challenging level of the video game. There may be challenges, but there aren't worries, except the ones we create. We just keep acting based on what our surroundings call for in the present moment. Sometimes that's planning for the future. Sometimes it's looking back with fondness, but not at the expense of missing this one precious moment, this chance to make a new, incredible, lifelong memory. When we take our eye off of this sacred moment and we don't give it our divine attention, we are missing out on what this brief life has to show us. We can learn a great amount of wisdom from our younger selves, to play again, to be silly, to do things with no purpose, to just go to the park and lay in the grass and look at the clouds, to play games with our friends, to play with no structure, to just goof around. We can be making our lives better than our childhood if we just give this moment the attention it deserves. When we put all of our attention on this moment in order to always make the best next moment, then we can truly be living in a world with a life that is always exciting and fun, new and interesting, and no reason to have a worry or care in the world. That whole cycle of life will happen to us, where we get older and we lose everyone and we meet new people, and people come and go from our lives. And we can just go on that circle from start to end that we all go on, either always worried of danger around the corner, or we can just enjoy the fact that this circle keeps going on, whether we like it or not. So we might as well like it. Life doesn't get better or worse with age. It gets better or worse depending on how we condition our mind in each moment. And if we are always cultivating a deep practice of peace and presence, acceptance for this moment, and gratitude for each breath, every moment can be better than the last. And this can be the greatest moment of your life. It doesn't matter what is happening around us. All that matters is our internal state of being. And that state of being is based on the conditions of our past, how we view what is happening and choose to respond, whether it is wise and with patience and calm, or stress and panic and agitation. Many people become their most joyful, gracious, generous, kind older selves, the wise elder of the community, source of strength for everyone else. And some people become very bitter and negative and that curmudgeon from often a lifetime of certainty getting stronger and stronger. A way of being that became deeply ingrained. But when we are constantly just at a state of relaxation with the present moment, with all of the stuff that comes and goes in our lives, we can just deepen that level of relaxation and happiness. And this is how we truly just keep going deeper and deeper into the present moment and into this state of expanded awareness that just colors everything we do as joyful and happy and alive. We just have to make a choice to recognize the things that we've gotten accustomed to and expect and demand from everyone, instead of just when we had no expectations, everything was new, and everything was fine. Now, of course, there's family responsibilities and we have to work and worry. Well, we don't have to worry. We choose to worry. We know that comparison steals our joy when we compare to what other people have. But we forget that so often we compare ourselves and our lives to our past, to what we expect in the future. And this comparison is the reason we cannot flow with the cycles of time, that we cannot embrace the new phases, the new stages. We don't party at nightclubs usually well into our 90s. There's just a change that takes place. And we can really embrace all that comes with aging, figuring out how to take care of ourselves and how to keep those joints loose and our muscles strong. But if we are always comparing to our past as something we long for, something impossible to get, and that takes us away from the magic right before our eyes, there's no reason we have to take for granted everything that is amazing in our lives just because they've been with us for a long time. There is no reason we have to lose that joy and playfulness. And just like everything else in life, we welcome it. We welcome the new adventure. And one of the best ways that we can really make space in our new phases and allow for peace and happiness in every phase of life is to always be changing things up a little, trying to stay present and not going into autopilot and just reinforcing this unconscious way of thinking. A lot of adults struggle with breaking very deep-rooted mental habits. But if we make a constant practice of staying present and open, then we can really accept all the changes we see, both internally and in society. And so it's just trying not to get too stuck in our ways. And when we are doing the same things over and over again for decades, for jobs and in our relationships, the more we can be present, not seek and follow that urge to escape into thoughts. This is the best moment of your life because it is the only moment of your life. And if every day you do something to nourish a positive, present mindset of happiness and relaxation, every day you can have a deeper peace with deeper awareness. Every day can be the best day of your life. Every moment can be the best moment because it doesn't matter what is happening. What matters is how relaxed, how at peace are you with what is happening. And that can grow endlessly. we can put food on the table for our family. We can put a roof over our heads. We can have every single need met. But if we don't have a certain number in the bank account that we believe will make us peaceful and happy, we think we need to worry, we need to be stressed, we need to be afraid of disaster at any second. And many people live their whole lives with everything they need. And yet, their whole lives, they were stressed and worried. So to have everything we could ever need and want in this universe is to simply trust our ability. Trust that we can make anything come true that is possible. And it really comes down to whether we see the future as scary and dark or optimistic and bright. When we are comparing ourselves to people who have more than us or a better life than we do, comparing ourselves to someone who has less than us can feel better. It can bring us some relief. But we are still lost in this comparative mindset. And we are still creating mental disturbance, mental chaos, useless mental activity and noise that is still causing us to suffer and to miss out on a peace that is available right here and now. Beneath all of that useless mental activity. And comparing ourselves to people who have less than us does make us feel better and can be a nice relief from feeling like victims. It is still a escape and a attempt to deal with suffering and pain that is underneath the surface. And when we can truly let go of that pain, when we can look at it without fear or anger, then there is no longer a need to cope or to make ourselves feel better. And so that's the true freedom from not appreciating what we have and being able to enjoy our lives. It's a shame that we could have a perfect life. We could live the most idyllic, peaceful, beautiful life in beautiful nature, in the most wonderful, loving village, and we could then all of a sudden learn about some neighboring village that just got electricity or television, or they struck oil and now they're flying to Hawaii. And now our perfect life is a source of misery and suffering. So the more we just catch ourselves falling for that comparison trap and falling into that competition when there is no competition, and bringing other people who have no importance, no significance, no relevance to my situation whatsoever, we need to catch that incorrect thinking. We need to make sure we are competing with ourselves, with our past selves, making sure that we're on track to become our future selves. And any worry, any thoughts of someone else, whether it's someone who has more than us and it's creating suffering, or we're thinking of someone who has less than us and it's creating self-righteousness and feelings of arrogance and superiority. It's all a distraction. And instead we can just focus on ourselves, what we need to do, and that is the way to appreciate what we have, get to the life we want, and know that we'll have that skill of presence and appreciation to actually enjoy it. When we start to trust ourselves, we can see that any possible future that we want to create is possible, and we can trust that we will in each moment do what is required in that moment to bring about that future. If we are constantly worried about the future, if we feel separate and disconnected from that future that we wish to get to, that is when we will begin to fear losing what we have and not having what we need. And when we can really just get out of our head, we can see how everything around us is connected. We can see how the world works, and we can see how we can manipulate that to achieving our goals. And so it really takes an understanding of oneness and a recognition that everything is connected, that we already have everything we need to create any kind of future we want. If we start to really notice what we have, as we start to develop a more minimal lifestyle, a simpler, more peaceful lifestyle, gratitude becomes a natural byproduct of minimalism. Because once we start to whittle down what is just taking up space in our lives, we begin to really cherish what remains. And so minimalism really, at its core, is a gratitude practice. It would be a shame to be a billionaire and to be totally ungrateful and just focused on wanting more and never satisfied with what you have. But there are billionaires, and they have developed mindfulness, presence, and gratitude. The billionaire investor, Ray Dalio, he said all of his success he credits to meditation. When we meditate, the practice of being present, we can get out of our heads, we can recognize that stream of thought in our head, and we can redirect our attention to life around us. And we can stop draining our energy by having a constantly racing mind. We all have so many blessings in our lives that we are unaware of, or that we take for granted and don't appreciate. And we think that we need a good life, riches, a romantic partner, a great job, in order to be happy and feel grateful. And it really is the opposite. Really, a grateful mind creates those riches in our lives. And not only that, but we could have all the riches in the world, and without gratitude, we would feel like we have nothing. And so, when we shift our mind, we shift our life. And we start to appreciate what we already have. And we begin to build a life based on this feeling of abundance, based on this feeling that we have self-worth, that we deserve all the success in the world. And other people pick up on that. And other people will trust us with our business, or will help us find a romantic partner. Because we have that gratitude. And when we have gratitude, people want to give us stuff because we are going to appreciate it. No one wants to give something to someone who's not even going to say thank you. And so not only does gratitude help us notice all of the blessings in our lives, but it creates even more, because we are creating a mindset and an energy around us that says that we deserve good things and we will appreciate them when they come. And that is what the universe loves to see, and that is what the universe rewards. And if we feel like we are stressed and everything is going against us, the universe tends to show us that stuff because it's all we can see anyway. And even if there is a great opportunity right in front of us, we won't see it if we are always stressed and panicked and lost in our head. But when we make looking for things around us to be grateful for, when we make keeping our eyes open and seeing the wonder around us as a habit, then when that opportunity presents itself, we are ready to receive it. We are there waiting with our arms open instead of lost in our phone or lost in our thoughts, and continuing to seek out and find things to stress and worry about. The first step to quieting the mind is noticing the nature of the mind. Most of us are spending every waking moment of our lives with some voice in our head, either our own or a show we like to watch, a podcast we like to listen to, scrolling social media and we're reading the content or watching videos, talking with people. And this is all fun and enjoyable, but most of it we'll find is not positive, not healing, and this all impacts our thoughts. When we are thinking constantly, all the time, it is like someone screaming inside of our head 24/7. And when we are in constant mental chatter, we have no awareness of what is going on around us, what is going on in our body, and we are just in this chaotic mental state. And our higher self that knows what we should be doing, that knows what's best for us, that knows exactly what to do in every situation, like every other animal on earth has, with no worry, no stress, no anxiety. That higher self cannot think with all that noise going on. And so it is essential that we practice quieting our mind, bringing some stillness to our thoughts and letting it take a rest. We are exhausted from all of that mental chatter, and it is usually negative, which just drains us. And the thing is, we cannot quiet our mind by using our mind. If we scream, "shut up," at our thoughts, that is just making the voice in our head louder. And it will make our mind revolt, and it will go in a whole new direction of unpleasant thoughts that are thinking like, "Why won't it stop? Stop already. and just getting mad at itself and creating this split personality within itself, which is not where we want to be. And the way to have a moment of peace, which is to be truly restful, to be truly relaxed, is to become aware, to expand our awareness. We cannot be present and in our head at the same time. And we create this awareness through practice and through creating the conditions that lead to a peaceful mind. The human brain was designed to spend 90% of the day present, aware, and when it needed to think, reflect, and introspect. This is not just something we liked to do. This was essential for human health. We have to spend some time every single day with no distractions, as if we were in the wild, as if we were foraging for food, and we were just left to process the experiences in our lives. And this is essential. When we sleep, we process our memories. But when we are awake, we need to use that mind for what it was designed to do, which is to process our experiences, to allow the mind the space to settle and not just flooding it with more and more information constantly without giving it that space to breathe. Our attention is priceless, and we give it away to things that are just a waste of time, that do not add value to our lives, do not enrich us in any way, and in fact, often it's drama, reality TV, chaotic entertainment, people screaming, complaining, all of that stuff that of course affects how we think, because we are letting something hijack our stream of thought. And so we need to be very careful with who we give our attention to, what we are allowing to intercept our stream of thought and take us over while we consume whatever entertainment we are consuming. The less we shovel into our brains, and the more we let our mind unravel all of that input, eventually that voice gets quieter and quieter and more relaxed, more calm, because we've created so much peaceful moments in our lives, these moments of stillness. And just like a still body leads to a still mind, a calm, still, peaceful life leads to a peaceful mind and body as well. We already have a lot going on in our lives. We already have a lot of stress. We don't need to watch the news, watch a drama, a horror movie, all of that stuff that makes our minds more tense and more chaotic. And we usually do those things to unwind, to relax. And this is part of the reason we feel such stress and feel such an intensity of whatever emotion we're feeling, whether it's anxiety or depression and sadness, or even excitement and agitation. We were told that modern technology would give us the gift of free time and freedom. But the problem was, we hate free time. And we use technology to fill it, and now we are busier than ever before. It's almost like we should just wash the dishes by hand instead of watch them, so that we can then go stress ourselves out. We don't have to go to the bank now, and we can do it on our phones. But instead of using that time to relax, to discover that peaceful, perfect present moment that we're always in, we disrupt it with whatever pops up on our newsfeed. Now, it is totally fine to indulge in these pleasures and entertainment. It is essential that we also waste a little time. But it's essential that we do it mindfully, that we do it consciously, that it doesn't become a mindless habit, that we spend ideally 2 days a month not indulging in entertainment and those things that lower our positive mindset. This gives us a chance to reassess our activities, and it gives us a chance to devote some time every month to enriching and nurturing those positive strengths within us, those feelings of presence, love, and joy. The first step to quieting the mind is noticing the nature of the mind. Noticing what sets it off, what makes it go racing in a direction, what triggers it. And then once it's triggered and we're lost in thought, when we were trying to just be present, how does our thoughts go from topic to topic? What really is the nature of this mind? Why is it that it can just come up with any terrible topic to obsess over when we're just trying to sit in peace? And how is it pulling from everything from our past, from every worry about the future? How is it just filling up the noise exactly how we pull out our phone without thinking about it, and we start scrolling without thinking about it, and then 4 hours later we're like, where did the day go? And the more we watch, the more that chaotic behavior starts to be on its best behavior. It knows it's being watched, and it will stop misbehaving. So, without forcing our mind to stop thinking and then getting angry at it when it starts to wander, we just become that witness. We just watch the thoughts. And we make a habit and a practice of witnessing this present moment, the only thing that's real. We think subconsciously that there's some thought that will save us, that will solve our problems, that will make us happy. What we need to realize is that there is no thought that will make us truly happy. It is to be present that will make us truly happy. It is the greatest feeling in the world when we are just present, when we see with our eyes what is happening without that sports commentator in our mind calling every play of our lives. And we can just see, we can feel, we can hear, And this isn't only where all the richness of life happens, but it is the only way to be truly peaceful, because we're not relying on a movie to take over our mind. We're not relying on anything external or that is not in the here and now to be happy. And the more that we are able to zap into the present through our fingertips, through our eyes, through our breath, the easier it becomes and the longer those moments can happen. And eventually we live in a meditative state. We respond to what life calls from us. And we do so with wisdom, the wisdom of our highest self. Not from fear, not from panic, worry, stress, or anxiety that just destroys our body and our mind. But we do so with joy, whatever needs to be done. My favorite thing personally is to do the dishes without headphones in, as I used to do. To leave my phone out of the bathroom. To create that silence in my life. And it leads to a quieter mind and a peaceful life. Just being alive is enough to fill our gratitude cups for many lifetimes. And if we are suffering in sorrow and grief and despair, we are really doing a disservice to ourselves and these incredible brief lives we have. I used to think that miracles didn't even exist. I thought that everything was scientific and logical, and it's just what we can see and touch is all that we can experience in this world. And I thought miracles were in the realm of magic and superstitions and nonsense. Not only do miracles happen every day, not only is life a miracle, but I dare you to show me one thing in this incredible universe that is not a miracle. To exist is a miracle. To see the beauty of nature, to touch the interconnectedness of all things, makes every atom a miracle. We just don't see it because we think it means coming back to life or, some defying of the laws of physics. But the laws of physics are miracles, and they can only scratch the surface. Miracles are not something from long ago. They're not something from religious textbooks. They are everywhere you look, when you look deeply, without preconceived notions, without the ideas that we bring to an experience, but when we can truly look and see that simplicity of complexity in all life all around us. It's only us that says, this experience is bad, this experience is good, and this super rare thing was a miracle. I'm telling you, everything is a miracle. Why is the sky beautiful? Why is every plant magnificent? Why is every human in all their flaws and all their striving and hard work and stressing, what is not beautiful about that journey of life to overcome, to achieve, and to live this unpredictable and wild story? Everyone gets the miracle of life, and we are the center of our universe, which means that everywhere we look is a projection of that miracle of existence. We just don't see it because we've been told that life is ordinary. Life is just what you can feel and touch, and there's no point to even look deeper. But when you scratch beneath the surface, you see those roots connecting all life underneath. And, it all comes from the cosmos. That is nature. That is where nature came from. There is no difference between the universe, nature, and us. And just existing. The fact that one atom exists is a miracle. And if we fail to see that every single person, plant, and animal, and molecule is a miracle, then we will stay blinded to the depth and beauty of life. Don't let anyone tell you that a miracle is just something from long ago or some mysterious force of nature that occasionally happens. You get to choose how you see the world. You either see meaninglessness and cold existence, or you see the truth, which is an infinite depth and wonder, which to me is a miracle. Here are the 5 ways to see miracles every day in life. And number 1 is pay attention. Most of us are focused on our stresses and our worries. And when we focus on something, we become blind to everything else. And so we are all walking around blind to miracles. Just because something is common, we think it's not a miracle. We think a miracle has to be that once in a lifetime, almost missed a car crash, or almost died and didn't, or someone came back to life after a near-death experience. But ordinary is extraordinary. A baby's laughter, a kitten walking by your feet. Miracles should be common. They are common. It is a miracle that this universe exists, that gravity is just right to hold planets together, that stars burn and create the gases and materials that create life and planets. It is a miracle that they also create the light and the heat for us to see and thrive. Everything in existence is a miracle because existence is a miracle. We just have to start to pay attention. We have to become an investigative journalist into miracles and look for them everywhere. When that becomes our focus, we will see miracles everywhere. And being an investigative journalist is a skill, and it takes practice. And the more we do it, the better we get, and the easier it gets. And we can all discover this. Wherever there is something difficult in our lives, there is always something incredible just around the corner. And often that is what leads to the incredible experiences. So, we have to be careful, watch our thoughts, notice when they are getting lost in that obsessive downward spiral. And we need to start looking for the miracle and the lesson there. Sometimes we won't know right away, but everything in our life leads to who we will become. And that is the fundamental nature, that anything bad is a blessing in disguise, and anything good is just that negative experience being realized. It makes us who we are. It decides the course of our actions. It makes us make better decisions in the future. And so oftentimes the universe will show us a little negative experience so that when that big opportunity comes, we won't blow it. Number 2, change your perspective. When I was younger, I was a devout atheist. I was 100% certain that science had it all figured out and that everything was random. Today, I have no assumptions, but every single day, many experiences seem to be trying to convince me that this is a loving universe, that everything happens for us, that everything, no matter how bad it may seem, is here to elevate our consciousness, to reach a place that we are destined to arrive at. Things that seem disconnected somehow connect and create this meaning and purpose. Usually we think of ourselves as these separate entities with free will and that we're making all these choices. But I think we need to shift our perspective into recognizing that we did not create this ability to think. We did not create our brains, nature did. And just as every plant makes countless decisions on where a branch should grow and where the root should spread and when to flower or for the leaves to fall. And we think of it as not making these choices, but nature is making these choices. And we think that we are somehow separated from nature and that we are in control. And the fact is that our thoughts are nature. It is coming through us, through these brains that nature created. And everything we are doing, everything humanity is moving towards, is that will of nature. And we came from a bit of a brutal past, but this world is becoming peaceful through human will, through nature's will through us. And what that means is that when we find people suffering, when we find them to be infuriating, that is them going on their path of growth. We are all the God of our story, the creator, writer, director, star, producer. We have all of our beautiful supporting cast and we get so many unexpected twists and turns, side plots and subplots, and just wherever you go, a rich story that we are just not usually paying attention to. And so start to see why everything comes into your life, why things are happening to you, what the universe is trying to show you, and you can't help but see the miracles everywhere. Number 3 for seeing miracles everywhere is practicing gratitude. It may seem easy when these beautiful mountains are just behind you, but in every situation, there is something to be grateful for. And the more we practice it, the more excited and incredibly just blown away by the beauty of, it could be a veg burger, it could be a plant in your house. I mean, just everything is mind-blowing if you open your mind to it. And we can either climb a mountain like this and the mind can say how much it sucks and I wish it was over and I can't make it and I should turn back and it's too late to turn back, oh my God, what's gonna happen? Or we can just thank the universe for giving us mountains, for letting us climb a hill and grow in the process. And one way is with great resistance, and another way is the path of least resistance. And both ways we get to the top of the mountain, but how we do it mentally is our choice. And when we are practicing gratitude and when it becomes a habit, and I don't just mean we write it in a journal, which is great, but when we tell the waiter that this was the best meal of our lives, thank you so much, and we just over gratitude everything, that becomes a habit. And then you will see that in a piece of fruit is a miracle. Within the grass connecting to us through the oxygen it's producing is a miracle. I mean, wow, I cannot believe it myself, how we are just truly one with nature. I mean, even the insects that bite us, we're just giving back to nature, and you gotta love it, because it's like you come into a new place and they want to test you out. So they want to check your blood and merge with you a little bit. And it really is amazing that everything is so deeply connected. We cannot breathe without the plants. We cannot eat and live without the plants. And this miraculous universe that gives us an incredible moon to look at every single night and a beautiful sunset and sunrise every single day. Just being alive is enough to fill our gratitude cups for many lifetimes. And if we are suffering in sorrow and grief and despair, we are really doing a disservice to ourselves and these incredible brief lives we have. If we have a job, we're grateful for the job. If we don't have a job, we're grateful for the time off. It's just always infinite blessings. And the only thing that's different is our perspective, and if we are grateful for the infinite variety and complexity in our lives. And thank God we have those ups and downs to give us that rich tapestry of life. Number 4, believe in the impossible. We are always so certain in our lives, certain of our worldview, certain that life is a certain way, certain that miracles are just those once-in-a-lifetime experiences that you just can't explain. But we get to choose how we see life. Most of us never choose. Most of us just see what we've been told about the world. We either choose the science or the religious view. But if we can choose, why would we not choose to believe that this universe is loving and designed for us? Why would we not choose to believe that infinite miracles happen every single day if you just can pay attention and look for it and recognize that just because something is common, it can still be a miracle. I would hate to live in a universe where miracles are rare. And thank God I live in this universe where every animal starts out a beautiful baby, kitten, puppy, where every plant is spectacularly beautiful and mysterious. Everywhere you look is that awe-inspiring mystery of life. Even in the cities, it's like how much had to go into making one little house or sink or carpet. I mean, the amount of people, the amount of nature and the universe that went into a cup of coffee is enough to make us realize that miracles happen all the time. We just don't see it because we take everything for granted, because we don't look closely enough at where stuff comes from and how it appeared before our eyes like a magic trick. It is a magic trick. It's a miracle. It's the explicable magic that we see all around us. Whenever we feel like life is going wrong, we bring a certainty to our experiences, and we bring a pessimistic viewpoint into reality. But the fact is, we don't know how our story ends. And it doesn't even matter if we are fully awake to it, if we are fully alive while we have this life. Just to be alive is impossible. And nobody can predict the future, or they would be a million billionaire psychics. So we have to stay open. And the best thing we can do is to put away all of our preconceived notions. The only way to truly experience this world is to recognize the biases that we have, to recognize the stories and the baggage we bring to this moment, so that we can set them aside and actually experience the magic and miracle of life. And then we need to look closely. And I mean really closely. So deeply. We put aside the names and the labels. We put aside this notion that things are separate and different, and we can just witness. And it takes a lot of practice and time to do this. Oftentimes we'll think we've done that and we misinterpret what we're seeing, or we only see what we want to see. But in order to know that the impossible is possible, we have to put down all of what we think we know and allow this moment to be exactly as it is. Number 5, embrace synchronicity. This universe does not show us randomness. It does not show us mistakes. Everything is here to guide us, to lead us, and to show us what we need to be doing. And when we see these coincidences, when we see these signs that the universe is trying to show us, we truly can live our lives according to these signs, because they're not just random occurrences. Everything happens for infinite reasons. This is the sacred timeline, and it could not happen any other way, because everything happens for infinite reasons. And so when you see something that reminds you of something, when you see something that connects to something else that you've seen, look into those. look in and see what it could be telling you. The universe is our greatest teacher. We live in a quantum world of probability. Nothing is random. There are no mistakes. If we are careless, then mistakes happen. Not mistakes happen because we live in this random and chaotic world. Some of the best decisions I've made in my whole life started with a hunch and ended because the universe showed me some sign, some direction to go in. And those have always worked out. The more we trust in this universe and the more we look for the signs, the more the universe shows them. When we are thinking constantly, all the time, it is like someone screaming inside of our head 24/7. And when we are in constant mental chatter, we have no awareness of what is going on around us, what is going on in our body, and we are just in this chaotic mental state. And our higher self that knows what we should be doing, that knows what's best for us, that knows exactly what to do in every situation, like every other animal on earth has, with no worry, no stress, no anxiety. That higher self cannot think with all that noise going on. And so it is essential that we practice quieting our mind, bringing some stillness to our thoughts and letting it take a rest. We are exhausted from all of that mental chatter, and it is usually negative, which just drains us. And the thing is, we cannot quiet our mind by using our mind. If we scream, "shut up," at our thoughts, that is just making the voice in our head louder. And it will make our mind revolt, and it will go in a whole new direction of unpleasant thoughts that are thinking like, "Why won't it stop? Stop already," and just getting mad at itself and creating this split personality within itself, which is not where we want to be. And the way to have a moment of peace, which is to be truly restful, to be truly relaxed, is to become aware, to expand our awareness. We cannot be present and in our head at the same time. And we create this awareness through practice and through creating the conditions that lead to a peaceful mind. Most of us are spending every waking moment of our lives with some voice in our head, either our own or a show we like to watch, a podcast we like to listen to, scrolling social media and we're reading the content or watching videos, talking with people. And this is all fun and enjoyable, but most of it we'll find is not positive, not healing, and this all impacts our thoughts. The human brain was designed to spend 90% of the day present, aware, and when it needed to think, reflect, and introspect. This is not just something we liked to do. This was essential for human health. We have to spend some time every single day with no distractions, as if we were in the wild, as if we were foraging for food, and we were just left to process the experiences in our lives. And this is essential. When we sleep, we process our memories. But when we are awake, we need to use that mind for what it was designed to do, which is to process our experiences, to allow the mind the space to settle, and not just flooding it with more and more information constantly, without giving it that space to breathe. Our attention is priceless, and we give it away to things that are just a waste of time, that do not add value to our lives, do not enrich us in any way, and in fact, often it's drama, reality TV, chaotic entertainment, people screaming, complaining, all of that stuff that of course affects how we think, because we are letting something hijack our stream of thought. And so we need to be very careful with who we give our attention to, what we are allowing to intercept our stream of thought and take us over while we consume whatever entertainment we are consuming. The less we shovel into our brains, and the more we let our mind unravel all of that input, eventually that voice gets quieter and quieter and more relaxed, more calm, because we've created so much peaceful moments in our lives, these moments of stillness. And just like a still body leads to a still mind, a calm, still, peaceful life leads to a peaceful mind and body as well. We already have a lot going on in our lives. We already have a lot of stress. We don't need to watch the news, watch a drama, a horror movie, all of that stuff that makes our minds more tense and more chaotic. And we usually do those things to unwind, to relax. And this is part of the reason we feel such stress and feel such an intensity of whatever emotion we're feeling, whether it's anxiety or depression and sadness, or even excitement and agitation. We were told that modern technology would give us the gift of free time and freedom. But the problem was, we hate free time. And we use technology to fill it, and now we are busier than ever before. It's almost like we should just wash the dishes by hand instead of watch them, so that we can then go stress ourselves out. We don't have to go to the bank now, and we can do it on our phones. But instead of using that time to relax, to discover that peaceful, perfect present moment that we're always in, we disrupt it with whatever pops up on our newsfeed. Now, it is totally fine to indulge in these pleasures and entertainment. It is essential that we also waste a little time. But it's essential that we do it mindfully, that we do it consciously, that it doesn't become a mindless habit, that we spend ideally 2 days a month not indulging in entertainment and those things that lower our positive mindset. This gives us a chance to reassess our activities, and it gives us a chance to devote some time every month to enriching and nurturing those positive strengths within us, those feelings of presence, love, and joy. The first step to quieting the mind is noticing the nature of the mind. Noticing what sets it off, what makes it go racing in a direction, what triggers it. And then once it's triggered and we're lost in thought, when we were trying to just be present, how does our thoughts go from topic to topic? What really is the nature of this mind? Why is it that it can just come up with any terrible topic to obsess over when we're just trying to sit in peace? And how is it pulling from everything from our past, from every worry about the future? How is it just filling up the noise exactly how we pull out our phone without thinking about it, and we start scrolling without thinking about it, and then 4 hours later we're like, where did the day go? And the more we watch, the more that chaotic behavior starts to be on its best behavior. It knows it's being watched, and it will stop misbehaving. So, without forcing our mind to stop thinking and then getting angry at it when it starts to wander, we just become that witness. We just watch the thoughts. And we make a habit and a practice of witnessing this present moment, the only thing that's real. We think subconsciously that there's some thought that will save us, that will solve our problems, that will make us happy. What we need to realize is that there is no thought that will make us truly happy. It is to be present that will make us truly happy. It is the greatest feeling in the world when we are just present, when we see with our eyes what is happening without that sports commentator in our mind calling every play of our lives. And we can just see, we can feel, we can hear. And this isn't only where all the richness of life happens, but it is the only way to be truly peaceful, because we're not relying on a movie to take over our mind. We're not relying on anything external or that is not in the here and now to be happy. And the more that we are able to zap into the present through our fingertips, through our eyes, through our breath, the easier it becomes, and the longer those moments can happen. And eventually, we live in a meditative state. We respond to what life calls from us. And we do so with wisdom, the wisdom of our highest self. Not from fear, not from panic, worry, stress, or anxiety that just destroys our body and our mind. But we do so with joy, whatever needs to be done. My favorite thing personally is to do the dishes without headphones in, as I used to do. To leave my phone out of the bathroom. To create that silence in my life. And it leads to a quieter mind and a peaceful life. And the truth, as Jesus said, really will set us free. And the truth is that we are not slaves to our mind. Our mind is the servant of who we truly are. It is a tool, a powerful tool for problem solving and finding creative solutions. When I was in my late 20s and I was a young copywriter in advertising in New York City, I was addicted to everything. I drank way too much, ate way too much, I was a smoker, and I probably had 20 shots of espresso per day or more. I found a loophole at Starbucks that on your birthday and on every 10th purchase where you get a free beverage coupon, you can say, give me 20 shots of espresso in one Trenti large cup. And I was a master at figuring out how to really take advantage of this system. And I was completely enslaved by my impulses and my addictions. But instead of conquering each one separately, the more I was able to practice letting impulsive thoughts come and go, the more not only did every addiction naturally fall away, but the less and less those impulses would appear, and the more peaceful, calm, and quiet my mind became. When we were kids, we would all jump off a bridge if our best friend told us to do it, if all of our friends were doing it. We were very impulsive, and we not only listened to terrible ideas from our friends, but we would pretty much act on anything in our mind. Whatever impulse, whatever urge, whatever terrible idea that popped into our head, we would act on it. We didn't have the front part of our brain developed to know better than to act on every impulse. When we got older, we became more able to have impulse control, but we did not reach the full lesson, which is we don't have to believe any thoughts in our mind. We don't have to obey them, and we don't have to believe them. The reason we are not happy is never our own fault, according to the thoughts in our mind. It is always because of the circumstances in our lives. And that is a much better story that the real us, the person that witnesses the thoughts, wants to believe. And so with a comforting story like that, where we are the hero against a crazy, stupid, evil, chaotic world, our mind is able to fully take us over, and we become enslaved to constant thinking, that reassuring mental stream of thought that always criticizes others, judges everything that everyone else does as negative, so that we, in our own mind, can be perfect. And even though that mental narrative that is going on in our mind 24/7 is making us miserable, unhappy, angry, jealous, and pessimistic, we make that thinking machine, the ego, our slave master, because we are so terrified of an alternative story that maybe we have flaws, maybe we did something wrong. If we try to root out those thoughts, like an authoritarian dictator, and we deem certain thoughts as good and judge certain thoughts as bad, we are not rising above our ego. We are just playing ego mind games. That judgment and critical nature is still there. It's just turned in on itself, so that there is this illusion of rising above, so that there is this furthering of our own heroism in our mind. And it actually keeps us enslaved, because we are always on guard, reacting against our will to the thoughts that pop into our head. And so the mind still has us in control. The only way to truly rise above our mind is to direct our focus unshakably to what we choose, not the mind. When the mind wants to go on a long story that makes someone else the bad guy, we don't have to go on that journey. Instead, we can simply witness the thoughts come and go without acting on them and without reacting to them. If our boss yells something at us, we have to do it. If a person on the street who's a random stranger yells at us to do something, we don't have to listen to that person. We don't have to stay and hear what they have to say, and we don't have to comply. We don't even have to say no. We are under no obligation. And this is the same way we free ourselves from our own mind. we are under no obligation to do anything except watch thoughts come and go. And this is how they lose all power over us. We can move our focus like a flashlight. We can shine it anywhere we want. We can make it super focused and narrow, or very broad and wide. At first, the mind will kick and scream like a little child not getting its way, and it will get louder and louder. But eventually, we move on. Eventually, something else captivates our attention, and we forgot what we were just thinking about. Just like a child throwing a tantrum in a store because it wants a toy or candy. When the child realizes it is getting no attention, that it is doing no good to kick and scream, it gives up. And at the end of the day, what the mind really craves is attention. When it has our full attention, it knows that it's the boss. And so we have to activate that inner parent inside of us that does not respond and just allows the mind to tire itself out, to give up its old tactics and tricks. And when we stand firm, when we don't create a mental reaction and don't give in to our impulses, those impulses and that mindless chatter becomes less and less, quieter and quieter, until eventually we have a well-behaved mind. And the second thing we do is practice directing our attention, guiding it and resting it on a single point. This is how the mind becomes calm, and this is how our lives become peaceful, no matter what we're doing. When the mind is always jumping around wildly, chaotically, our lives become chaotic. But when we practice in meditation to keep our mind on one point, like our breath or our body or a mantra, we are training our mind to become peaceful, to become focused. And we are training ourselves to be that flashlight operator so that we are in control. Yes, that light may shine on something displeasing, but we can move it. We don't have to obsess over the most negative, scariest things in our lives. We can turn that flashlight's beam to where we know that we can make the most progress for ourselves, make the most improvements in our lives, and not get bogged down by pessimism and insecurity. The more we practice directing our gaze of awareness, the more control we take over our habits and actions. And eventually, we're able to consciously create the life of our dreams. So the answer to the question, is life meaningless, is that without life, the universe would be meaningless. Life is the meaning. Life and the beings on this planet are filled with meaning, are the makers of meaning. Unless you believe that life is a trick played on us, which I don't believe it is. I believe it's far wiser than our understanding. Then we can know that whatever comes next is going to be as incredible, if not more so, than this experience. And I think because that we know that where humans haven't polluted is beautiful, where we haven't chopped down the forest is inspiring, where humans haven't committed war and violence and theft in these untapped nature that we all come from. That is where perfection lies. And in death, I don't believe humans have ruined it yet. So I think that it's going to be amazing. The more we can witness the fear, the more we are able to move beyond it. And I think that that's the biggest obstacle, especially when we've lost everything and we really wonder, how are we going to get through? That's fear and a distrust in ourselves. And it's okay for us to start rebuilding ourselves, start trusting ourselves. Trust that just like we've made it till now, we can keep going. And as long as we know we can survive this moment, which is all there is and all that matters, then we can survive the next one and the next one. Never give up on love and relationships and all of those beautiful things that create that meaning and purpose in our lives. All of life is conspiring to lead us towards some purpose and direction. And we don't really understand it, but we know that everybody is playing an important role. And no part can be removed from the whole. Every single thought we've had has come and gone. Every mood we've had has come and gone. And whatever we're feeling right now has come and it will go. And everything is in this constant change. And we try to grasp onto the good times and push off the bad times, but it's all part of that stew, that stew of life. And every ingredient is integral. The more we can embrace our own suffering and hug it and love it, the more it dissolves. And we can learn to love those hard moments, even in the midst of them. It takes practice, it takes time, but to me, it is the most important thing we can do. The sooner we can love our suffering, the sooner it stops. The sooner we can stop seeking meaning and love our meaninglessness, the sooner it stops. It is true that we are not guaranteed a tomorrow, and yet we all expect it. We all expect to peacefully go in our sleep at exactly the life expectancy of my country. But, that's an average. Half the people die before it and half the people die after it. And it's really that expectation that causes the suffering. In the days when we expected to live till 36, we weren't sad if we died at 36. In the days where we expect to live till 76, we're unhappy if we die before then. And, it's so funny that in the word life expectancy is expect. And it is really our expectation that causes all of the suffering. And it's kind of mean to tell everybody our expected lifespan. We expect no suffering. We expect no difficulties. And this causes immense turmoil when inevitably the unexpected happens, which if we have no expectations, nothing will be unexpected. But when we have all these expectations, then the unexpected can strike and upend our lives. The more we can get rid of those expectations and just appreciate everyone for the time we have them. But ultimately, the more we can stay present. Expectations are so future-based. And the more we're just in the moment, the less worry there is about the future. The less we want the present moment to fit into our view of the way the universe should be. And, with modern medicine and modern societies and our relative safety that the world has never seen before, this is one of the reasons we have so much suffering, because we now expect no suffering. But that is just a part of life. And the more we can accept instead of expect, the happier we'll be. It's hard for me, actually, to come up with a favorite memory because I really live fully present. I truly never reminisce. I love this moment the greatest because that's a memory. That doesn't exist anymore. And I have cultivated a habit of not just being present, but loving the most whatever is happening right now. Even when it's hard, even when it's challenging, even when it's scary, I have a viewpoint and an attitude of loving this moment and wanting for nothing else. Because I noticed a while ago that when you want something that is not happening right now, you suffer. And I didn't want to suffer. So I cultivated this mindset of making whatever happens in my life in this moment exactly what I want. I used to want to be the richest guy in the world. But today, this couch, this is what I want the most. And we can all do that. We can all cultivate this practice of loving exactly what is happening as if we had chosen it. And we naturally feel immense gratitude and joy. And it is effortless. When I was younger, I went to a private school, and most of the kids had a lot more money than we did. And I wanted what they had, and I was ashamed of my family's house. And of course, we were lucky to have a house, and it was a beautiful house. But we have that comparison. And I think that's what planted the seeds in my mind to realize that this longing, this chasing after things, is a sure way to misery. And so what I realized is every moment can be the greatest moment of our lives. Even when we're working towards our dreams, we don't have to look back and think of fondly those times when we were scraping by or living in a small apartment. We can do it during the journey. And we can be so grateful for being on the journey. It doesn't matter where we are on the journey. It doesn't matter what path we've taken. We can be so grateful that life is a journey. It is an adventure. And no adventure has like all easy, great things. That would be a terrible movie where everything just goes well. And so we need to look at our lives like this movie, because it is a movie. It is the movie that we are watching. It is the virtual reality we're inside. And nobody pays to go see a movie where a person's just laying in a field staring at the clouds and just having a peaceful, beautiful time for 2 hours. Something happens. We have to have that drama, that excitement, and life surely gives us plenty of opportunities to witness the greatest drama ever told. And just like in a movie, the second we get lost in thoughts, we miss it. And so we need to start paying attention to our life like it's a movie. Like it's the most important, greatest movie. Because it is. It is 3D, hyper-realistic, surround sound, smell-o-vision, taste. The senses are exploding with life. And too often, we settle for that grainy, two-dimensional, low-resolution image in our mind of memory. And so simply start to practice just looking at your life like a movie, like the movie starring you. Embrace the drama. Embrace tragedy, like Shakespeare's greatest plays that we've told for hundreds of years. And to miss that movie because we're in our head, in our memories, in our imaginations of the future, is like going to a play and being on our phones the whole time. So don't try to stop the thoughts or stop the memories, and instead start paying attention to the movie of life unfolding before your eyes. I think a lot of us, through various times in our lives, will have those ups and downs. We will face breakups, job loss, financial insecurity, our health. And so it's very easy to get caught in the trap of nostalgia, where we spend a great deal of time looking back on the better times, which typically ends up making us suffer in the present. We long for those times of excitement or romance and those really wonderful times that we had in our lives, whether they were in young adulthood or in our childhood. I certainly have gone on that roller coaster, the ups and downs that is really inevitable in everyone's life, where we find romance, we lose it, we have a great job, and we decide to strike out on our own and face that uncertainty. And the way to really cope with this is to discover that anything that happens in the present moment is so much better than anything that happened in the past or that happened in the future. When we are fully present, this moment naturally becomes the greatest moment of our life. And truly, it is all there is. There is only this moment. Our memory of the past, our imagination of the future, only robs us of this perfect, pleasant, peaceful moment. There are a lot of great moments from my past. Disney World, trips to Europe, camping trips. These are all wonderful memories. And yet I never think about them unless it's brought up, as in this case right here. I have made a practice of leaving the past in the past. Sometimes I'll plan for the future, but it'll be a present moment activity where I'm laying out goals or plans. And then I set them aside and I focus on this moment and how to bring it about. This moment is as joyful as we choose to make it. It is as exciting as we can be present for it. This is where all the magic happens. Most of the time, when we are wanting to escape the present moment, we're not in it. We are in our head. We are in our thoughts about the present moment, which tends to be negative if it's something we're trying to escape. We are consumed by the emotions that those thoughts create. But when we can be truly present, unless we're being tortured, the present moment is peaceful and pleasant. And it truly is perfect because the universe is perfect. Even though we may wish for something to be different, it had to be this way in order for us to work to change it, or to learn that something we were doing wasn't right, or to let go of our expectations and our demands on the universe, and to let the universe show us what it wants to show us. A lot of times when we are feeling nostalgic, longing for a past, longing for a person who used to be in our lives, we are thinking about good times, positive memories, and it is creating this disconnect in our lives because we are longing for it and we can't get it, so that creates a great deal of suffering. But what we have to ask ourselves is, Who is listening to these thoughts? Because there's the mind, there is those thoughts that pop up into our mind that then create an emotion in our body. But the thoughts come from the mind. But where is that awareness coming from that pays attention, that believes those thoughts, and that allows our focus to become absorbed by those memories and thoughts? And life really is too short to miss a single moment. The more present we are, the more we fully live. 1 year can be like 100 years if we are fully present for every single moment. And this is how we live a truly great and full life. It's not about the cars and the houses. It's about the presence. Everything comes alive when the inner narrator gets quiet. As long as we are living in constant thought, we cannot see reality. We are living in our imagination. We are living in our projected fantasy of reality. We think we need to analyze everything, plan what we're going to say, and label, describe, and formulate an opinion around everything we see. We can't even look at a flower for more than half a second before saying it's beautiful. And as soon as we say that, we're no longer looking. We can just get these little snapshots of reality if we're lucky, but most of us are lost in a constant stream of thought. So instead of living in this vibrant existence with infinite colors and sounds and smells, we dull those colors and sounds. We blind ourselves to the beauty and complexity and majesty of this miraculous universe. And all we can focus on is whatever our thoughts are turned to in any given moment. It reduces the infinite universe to one word at a time, one tiny little word out of our tiny limited vocabulary. And we do this because we feel like we have to. We must keep busy. We must always be thinking. We think that intelligence means thinking all the time, but it actually obliterates our wisdom, which comes from a deeper sense of understanding. When we are thinking, it's like a standard computer with binary code, and only one computation can be done at a time, one word. But when we are free from thought, we are like a quantum computer, able to do vast computations with much more vast complexity than binary on, off, yes, no, zeros and ones. It is when we can sense the world, we can take it all in at the same time, and we can respond accordingly. Our whole species really suffers from the mental illness of narrow-mindedness. We put all of our attention on what's right in front of us, what's in our hand. We look closely at our computer screens or our phones, and we block out the entire infinite universe of trillions and quadrillions of planets and stars. And we put all of our attention and the importance of our focus on one little tiny thing that may be just a couple inches long. Maybe it's the words someone's saying in front of us. Maybe it's the texture or color of the desk in front of us. Whatever it is right in front of us, that's how narrow our focus is. And so when a word is hurtful, we get triggered and go into a rage, and our blood pressure boils, our heart races, and we have no awareness of anything else going on in the entire universe. And if we had a proper perspective, if we maintained awareness of the entire world humming along, the entire solar system, the whole galaxy spinning around that supermassive black hole, the universe entire, not on an intellectual level, but on a simply awareness, then we would really maintain a peace that takes up 99.99% of our being, and that tiny little 0.001% can recognize those hurtful words or actions of another that get us so worked up, and we will maintain a very deep level of peace. The bigger our perspective is, the more stuff there is for us to be aware of than we can think about all at once. When we just become aware of not just the cup of coffee in front of me, but the farmers, the shippers, the marketers, the store clerks, all of their families, all of their ancestors, the soil and the bugs and the sun that went into those crops, and the rain and the seas where the rain came from. And we don't just see the cup, but we see the infinite causes and conditions that went into it. It is so much more vast than we can intellectually think about. And it can bring about a deep sense of presence, free from the narrator, because we are filling our awareness with so much stuff that there is no room for thought to enter, because we are on a deeper level of being that goes far beyond thought. And just try it out. When you're in a conversation, try to be aware not just of the words, but of the place, of the vastness of this universe. And notice how, without needing to think about what you're going to say, notice how the present moment pulls the most perfect right words out of you. We do not have to plan what the present moment calls for. As soon as we plan, we are missing the moment. And this is true in a conversation where, we see at dinner parties, someone responds to something from 3 topics ago, and everyone's just like, okay, I guess they were planning what to say next for a really long time. This is true of our lives. When we make big decisions, we can really focus on the pros and cons and, miss out on a lot of things we never considered. We cannot predict the future. We cannot predict how we will feel about the future. And this is why we just keep changing. We might change careers, we might change cities, we might change again. And it's all part of this beautiful journey that we are all on of exploration and discovery. As long as we don't forget that no place, no career, no job will bring us the happiness and peace that we long for. The only thing that will bring it is this present moment, if we can just get our thoughts out of the way. And the best way to do that is to take that big picture perspective. Fear is really programmed into our DNA. It is a survival instinct from when times were tough and there was physical danger. All of the humans alive today come from a long line of survivors, people who sensed danger and were quick to action, quick to find a way to avoid that danger. And the people who were less fearful were less likely to make it. But like every other animal, we both have that gene to fear danger, but we also have that ability to become present, to stay aware, stay alert while relaxed. Animals are only afraid when they are in immediate danger. They don't carry that fear with them. They only carry those instincts to run or to fight. And so too, we can recognize our fear. We can recognize when we are holding on, when it is irrational, when it is disturbing our mental peace. And we can recognize that by simply being present, aware, and awake, we can best avoid danger instead of being lost in our head, lost in our worries, lost in our thoughts. Fear can be a powerful tool, a powerful motivator. But it is not the best motivator, because often it leads to paralysis, to the inability to act, to the inability to go outside, to be exposed to germs or unfamiliar people. And so we need to develop a healthy dose of caution without the fear, because that fear is the insidious nature that lets the ego sneak in and control our lives. It tells us we need the ego. We need to think constantly. We need to always be afraid and on high alert, constantly worrying and thinking about what could go wrong. And we will live a small life that way. We will not take chances. We will instill that stress and fear in everyone we are close to. It really is like a cancer that just grows and festers. And the light of consciousness is the disinfectant for that fear. So I wouldn't use fear to propel my spiritual endeavors. I would use it to explore what is there. I would use spirituality to shine a light on it. We need to practice that state of relaxed alertness. It's not on edge with our hands gripped tightly. It is to be still inside so that we can be aware of everything outside. That is how we clean that glass that we peer through from the clouded fogginess of thoughts and heavy emotions, which blind us to true danger and can have us running off a cliff because we're afraid of a boogeyman over there. Only when we believe that the thoughts in our head are who we truly are, and that that is our highest wisdom instead of just the ego-conditioned mind, does fear run our lives. When we realize that we are the awareness of that fear, no longer is anything so terrifying, and no longer do we have to give in to fear. Do we have to believe it as absolute truth when we know it's not most of the time? And we can rationally look at what really are the odds of danger. What really is worth avoiding. So if we want to overcome fear, we first have to stop listening to that ego so much. Stop believing it. And start to recognize that there's that higher intelligence within us that gets to choose which thoughts are helpful and which thoughts are limiting our growth. So fear may not help us become spiritual, but spiritual pursuits can help us overcome fear. We don't have to carry any of that fear and conflict with us. Most of our entertainment, our TV and film, is written by people who are living in fear, who are internalizing the conflict and chaos of the world. And in turn, we subconsciously assume that this is the way of the world, that this is the only way to be. But hopefully there's enough content out there by people who can show us a different way, by people who have figured out how to love despite the hate out there. And it simply starts with recognizing that we're holding on to it, where we're holding on to it, and to not get crushed by that weight, but we lift ourselves back up. We breathe that healing oxygen. We let it fill our lungs and body, heal our muscles and relax that tension. And truly the breath is that bridge between our physical body and our non-physical mind and consciousness. We use our consciousness to change our breath, and changing our breath changes our body. And it is the greatest tool for letting go of that pressure we put on ourselves, for letting go of that pressure and expectation we put on others, for healing from those grudges and resentments. And we just spend a few minutes every day focusing on nothing else, but making sure that that doorway to our consciousness and our physical body, which is on the other side, stays open and flowing with peace. If we think the world is crazy, the world will appear crazy. And it will show us only what confirms our beliefs. When we recognize that 99% of this earth is beautiful wilderness, when we realize that the news is 1% of what happens on earth, and that the other 99% is people loving each other, sacrificing their time and energy to help others, to provide for their families, then we will see the peaceful, loving nature of this world. It just depends on what we focus on. If the mind says the world is crazy, do we give it our full attention? Do we let that ruin our day? Do we believe that narrative? That is where our conscious awareness can come into play. We don't have to convince ourselves of anything. We don't have to believe anything. We simply have to witness and let be what is. And if we are in conflict with the world, that conflict is within us. When we understand the causes of the world, we no longer respond with disbelief or shock, and a peaceful understanding emerges. And then we bring that peaceful understanding to the world around us. One of the most incredible experiences I've ever had was living with monks in India, because you learn so much more from being with loving, awakened people than you can even learn from a lecture. They teach you how to love, how to show kindness, what generosity looks like. They show us how to face adversity and challenges. And we can all be that for the ones around us. We can all be that example. And so when we are thinking the world is crazy, we are showing people that there is a me versus them, that I am separate, that I am perfect, but the world is crazy. When in reality, we are all awakening consciousness. We are all evolving as spiritual beings. And so the stories in our head of whether it's a crazy world or a peaceful world are both false mental fictions. And the truth is that this world is evolving, that this consciousness is awakening. And that has been the trend for billions of years. And the more we change ourselves, the more we change the world. if we start to really notice what we have, as we start to develop a more minimal lifestyle, a simpler, more peaceful lifestyle, gratitude becomes a natural byproduct of minimalism. Because once we start to whittle down what is just taking up space in our lives, we begin to really cherish what remains. And so minimalism really, at its core, is a gratitude practice. It would be a shame to be a billionaire and to be totally ungrateful and just focused on wanting more and never satisfied with what you have. But there are billionaires, and they have developed mindfulness, presence, and gratitude. The billionaire investor, Ray Dalio, he said all of his success he credits to meditation. When we meditate, the practice of being present, we can get out of our heads, we can recognize that stream of thought in our head, and we can redirect our attention to life around us. And we can stop draining our energy by having a constantly racing mind. We all have so many blessings in our lives that we are unaware of, or that we take for granted and don't appreciate. And we think that we need a good life, riches, a romantic partner, a great job, in order to be happy and feel grateful. And it really is the opposite. Really, a grateful mind creates those riches in our lives. And not only that, but we could have all the riches in the world, and without gratitude, we would feel like we have nothing. And so, when we shift our mind, we shift our life. And we start to appreciate what we already have. And we begin to build a life based on this feeling of abundance, based on this feeling that we have self-worth, that we deserve all the success in the world. And other people pick up on that. And other people will trust us with our business, or will help us find a romantic partner. Because we have that gratitude. And when we have gratitude, people want to give us stuff because we are going to appreciate it. No one wants to give something to someone who's not even going to say thank you. And so not only does gratitude help us notice all of the blessings in our lives, but it creates even more, because we are creating a mindset and an energy around us that says that we deserve good things and we will appreciate them when they come. And that is what the universe loves to see. And that is what the universe rewards. And if we feel like we are stressed and everything is going against us, the universe tends to show us that stuff because it's all we can see anyway. And even if there is a great opportunity right in front of us, we won't see it if we are always stressed and panicked and lost in our head. But when we make looking for things around us to be grateful for, when we make keeping our eyes open and seeing the wonder around us as a habit, then when that opportunity presents itself, we are ready to receive it. We are there waiting with our arms open instead of lost in our phone or lost in our thoughts, and continuing to seek out and find things to stress and worry about. It's only really when we identify with these bodies, with these names, when we identify with our possessions, with our job titles, that we begin to feel as if we're incomplete and not enough, and that someone else is more complete and more worthy or has more value than us. But when we recognize that we are these miracles of life, put onto this earth with abundant resources, everything we need to have a wonderful life, not just to eat and drink and reproduce, but to have love and joy and compassion and beauty. Then we no longer feel incomplete, and we no longer feel like there's anything missing in our lives. And we feel a deep connection with everything. We can appreciate the beauty of a Ferrari without a need to possess it, or without a longing to own it, or a sadness that we can't go 0 to 60 in 2.6 seconds. But at the end of the day, this feeling of whether we have everything, whether we have nothing, it is just a feeling based on this concept of ownership. But it doesn't make a difference if we're renting or owning, if we have to work or we choose to work. The only difference is the mindset, and we can always change our mindset. You are not crazy to think you deserve a little bit of love. We all do. We all need it. And when we don't have it, when we can't get it, it is essential to be our biggest source of love and to build ourselves up and reach that space where we feel oneness and connected and surrounded by love. The love of the universe that created these delicious fruits and beautiful stars and so many great things. And simultaneously, finding people, taking a chance. There is 8 billion strangers out there to all of us, and we just gotta go searching and we'll find some great ones. If somebody is in a lot of pain and they're going through some serious illness and they are living in the past and they are loving it, then I would never tell anyone to change. But if they're asking this question, then I assume that there is some stress and that the underlying reality of the present moment is causing a great deal of distress, and that they are not able to fully block out the present moment pain, and so they are looking for an outlet. And in that case, I can say that the desire to escape, the wish for your situation to be different, is adding to that physical pain and is actually creating a great deal of needless suffering. So much of our suffering, I would guess 90%, isn't from the physical cause of our pain. It is because we believe that it shouldn't be there. Allow ourselves to fully sit with that pain, even explore it, even put our entire focus and curiosity on what actually is the feeling of pain. What is the process? What is the sensation? What is the mechanism of how this feeling goes to my brain and is perceived? We begin to create a peace around our pain that actually not only heals our soul, but literally has been shown to diminish the experience of our pain. So we can do a mindfulness exercise where we simply put the focus on the pain. And this has been shown to reduce that level of pain. It has even been shown to heal people quicker because we are not stressed about our pain. We are relaxed. And when we're relaxed, our blood vessels are open, our body is able to heal more easily, and that rich oxygenated blood can get to every part of our body and bring those healing blood cells to it. So when even if we're really feeling like this escape, my mental happy place is so much better, it is still strengthening that underlying tendency of escapism, which is underlying that fear and resistance. So the more we can break that cycle of fear and resistance, the more we're going to invite healing energy into ourselves. It can seem very difficult for people who have grown up in big cities or even grown up on their phones to take into nature and to be free from the technology. At first, it can be very uncomfortable, and we can really resist that. But that's obviously just the addictions talking, and there is a period. So if we're bringing someone out into nature, at first there may be a withdrawal period of technology, but over time there tends to be a breakthrough, and it doesn't take that long because nature is so beautiful, so magical, so healing. So, just be nature's best ambassador. Just take people out, share nature with people, bring people to botanical gardens and wherever you can find nature. It would be cool if as a society we had advertisements for national parks. We don't advertise nature because there's no stores in there. I think the more people realize how connected they are to the earth, if we garden with our children or go apple picking or just turn a simple nature hike into a little educational trip that explains how everything is so delicately and intricately connected, I think that we will see ourselves as something part of much bigger than us. And that can be a very awe-inspiring feeling. And I think that the more wonder we have about nature, the more we will be drawn to it. on this rainy day, let me remind you to be like the raincoat. Nothing that happens can affect you at all. It just bounces right off your shoulder and doesn't disturb your peace or your joy. That is so important. So whenever you're feeling vengeance or anger or wishing ill feelings towards someone, it's so important to recognize that that is your inner peace disturbed, not the other person's. And the goal is to reach a place where whatever happens in life, it bounces right off our shoulders. We can just dust it off because we've got that super slick, super waterproof raincoat that, someone can truly hurt us. And we cannot even for one moment feel any negativity towards that person. Because whether you feel negativity towards someone else or yourself, you are feeling negativity. And it has nothing to do with the other person. They are not in your brain, only you are. So what you are feeling is your inner peace disturbed. And nothing is worth disturbing your inner peace. And we can live in a constant state of peace and joy no matter what others do and no matter what is going on around us. So, how do we do that? We have to shorten the time between the negative thing that happens and us regaining our conscious awareness of what has happened, and to become aware of our thoughts, aware of that stressed emotion in our body, that faster heartbeat, that shallow breathing, those clenched fists or tense muscles in our back and shoulder. And then we can release that. We can always unclench our fists. We can always take a deep breath. We can always release that tension in our shoulders. We just have to remember that we can, that this is our ability to do so. It may be so tempting to spend time, our precious time, plotting revenge or thinking, obsessing over the thing that hurt us. But why would we want to spend our short lives reliving the worst moments of it, when we could spend each moment fully present, fully at peace, recognizing words are just words. They are sounds put together, and all of that emotional weight, all of that suffering only happens in our mind. There is no good or bad objectively around us. There may be pleasant situations and unpleasant situations, but that doesn't have to come with suffering. That is an unconscious choice we usually make, and it is something that we can get rid of with consciousness. And all it takes is practice, being present, and learning to let go, always. Let go of the last moment and just constantly being present, and then letting go of the last moment and not grasping to any moment in the past. And in doing so, we will let go of any grudges, any resentments, any vengeful thoughts, because we've trained ourselves in letting go. And we've trained ourselves in being present, and we have made a decision to maintain our inner peace no matter what else is going on, because we don't need vengeance. We don't need resentment. There is no purpose for it. We can, without suffering, without stress, we can say, I shouldn't be around that person. I need to protect myself from this person. This person is deceitful. And we can say all of this with no negativity, and we can actually say it with positivity, love, and empathy. And we get the same outcome, but we've increased our peace, our joy, love, and empathy. And that is how we can live a life filled with love, full of presence, and still with a greater wisdom that comes from calm and clarity instead of hate and revenge. Peace and love. And all it takes to really appreciate our journey of life and to even achieve our dreams in a way that will actually appreciate the fruit of our labor is to recognize this no self, that this life or death pressure we put on ourselves isn't necessary. That we can have fun and be creative to make us even more successful, because we actually don't care if it's successful or not. We are just trying to have the most fun and meaningful and purpose-filled life we can, which means to be fully present for it. Recognizing no self, that I am just another human, frees me to try and fail new things, and sometimes succeed, and to love both equally. And it is really through this fearlessness, through this sense of worth that doesn't come from every moment's results from my task, actually sustains us to achieve bigger and greater things. To know thyself is to know there is no self. When we close our eyes and we turn our attention inwards and we stop looking around and we just look at the mind, we will notice there is no self. There is no person inside of us. There is no personality. There is no neuron that we look at. We are not seeing the brain. There is just this fluctuating, arising and falling away of words and images, constantly changing. And so if this mind that is constantly changing from one moment to the next, containing the contents of thoughts and feelings, then what becomes very clear is that there is no center. There is no person inside of us who can have any problems in life. There is just contents of this inner presence. And this contents is always changing. It is conditioned based on biology and our experience. And there is a deeper awareness, a consciousness, which perceives these thoughts, this sensation of having a body. And when we realize that this mind that tricks us into believing that it is who we really are, there can be no problem that we have in our lives anymore. Because every problem stems from this illusion that there is a me, and this me needs to solve something, to change something. When in reality, we are the consciousness witnessing this body, witnessing this mind, and simply doing what we can to create desirable conditions. Nothing more. We don't need to possess a certain circumstance. All circumstances are just things happening around us. They are just things our consciousness perceives, changing constantly, and we are just, ants on an anthill, building our cities. And the only difference is that ants don't want to be famous. They don't want to be remembered after they die. They don't have bigger ambitions than taking this grain of sand and moving it over here and then doing it again. And each grain of sand is the purpose in itself. There is no grander meaning or purpose. There is no pressure or stress. There is no worry about the next grain of sand. In fact, they can't even think beyond following the ant right in front of them. And I think we're smarter than ants. I think we can rise above this confusion that only humans have, because humans have these limitless desires. And with limitless desires, with constant dissatisfaction at whatever task we have right now, the fact that it's not over yet, the fact that we have so many more tasks to do before we think we can rest and be present, prevents us from enjoying our life. We can lift grains of sand with ease. And if that's enough for an ant, that can be enough for us. We can still build that city. We can still build that home. We can still build that life we are hoping to build. But we can learn from the ants that lesson of humility with where they are in life, with the mere existence of being an ant good enough to be happy. And just because you're a human doesn't mean we have to all be Beethoven or Einstein or LeBron James. It is enough to be alive and to have this human body. That is all that is required to be happy and free. It is a blessing to be human, no matter where on earth, no matter who you are, no matter how able or not you are. It is a miracle and a blessing that we forget every moment of our lives. And we want to be something else, somewhere else, with a bigger house and more money in the bank and a fancy new car. All things that didn't even exist 1,000 years ago. The more we have this universal perspective, where we see ourselves as the universe and not the main character of the story of the universe, we free ourselves to live the life we want to live without worry, fear, or stress. Freedom does not come from a government. It comes from our ability to choose consciously, free from mindless reaction, free from society conditioning, and free from our own past and future, to just be present and to actually make a choice based on what our hearts call out for. The mind is conditioned by our parents' pressure and worries for us, and what society judges and says is valued and praised. But the heart is truly unconditioned. It is unconditional love, and it will do what is in our best interest if we can be present, clear the mind, so that we can hear what it's trying to tell us. If we can flip that switch, if we can recognize that scarcity mindset, that feeling of lack, that we lack the things we need to be happy, whole, and complete, and we recognize that it is an endless, futile chase to fill up that hole in our hearts with experience and prestige, we will end up just finding that nothing seems to work, and we only end up getting further from the truth and our true self, and which is that we are complete, that we are whole, and that this is an infinite universe. That means that everything we could ever want is available to us. The problem is when our wants get confused with our needs, and we suddenly put too much importance on the things that aren't really important, that don't really matter, and that aren't really contributing to our well-being. I think every New Yorker knows that impatient, hurried, rushed mindset that we get from living in the city that never sleeps. New Yorkers walk a little faster, they talk a little faster. It was funny for me when I went down to Savannah, Georgia, where I went to college, to talk at my university after graduating, and after living in New York for a few years and then coming back to the small town in the South. It was like people couldn't even understand what I was saying. They were like, slow down. When we live in a energetic, fast-paced place, it's very normal and natural for that to affect us. We're not in nature where everything is slow and the trees are just blowing in the wind a little. For me, it was when I was walking with a coworker. I already was a fast-walking New Yorker, and she was like 2 blocks ahead of me. She was walking like 10 times faster than I was, and I was like, hey, do you ever just like slow down and smell the roses? And she was like, why? What for? What are roses? And a lot of people, I think, especially people who grew up in New York, have that kind of mentality of why slow down when there's so much to do? But when that feeling gets overwhelming, when we find that that constant chasing is exhausting, and that what we catch at the end of that chasing isn't bringing us lasting satisfaction that we're hoping for, then we tend to look for those ways to slow down and ways to enjoy our lives instead of race through it. Meditation is the greatest activity for this problem, because when we are doing too much, the act of doing nothing is the greatest act in the world. And it is so important when we are overscheduling ourselves and our family to create that empty time, that free time. Simply practicing being present while we do tasks, or observing our thoughts while we're thinking, all of this helps us to bring some kind of balance and peace into our lives, so that we don't lose ourselves in the doing, we don't lose ourselves in our thoughts, and our higher wisdom stays present throughout. Because at the end of our lives, we may have caught everything we were hoping for. We may have gotten lots of houses and boats. But if we haven't learned how to enjoy, then we don't appreciate those things. We have to stop accumulating all those negative experiences in our lives, along with all of the possessions we buy. And we need to always be aware of what's going on within us, to be able to recognize those ways we've been conditioned, those ways we've been traumatized, and so that we can, instead of reliving those old patterns, we can start that process of healing instead of always running away from what is just under the surface. And that is where slowing down, some stillness, really creates the space for that true stuff that's going on with us that we may try to avoid, that so many of us unconsciously, subconsciously, and sometimes consciously will try to avoid a negative feeling. We'll try to avoid negative thoughts. But the more we resist, the more they fester under the surface. We really need to shine that light of consciousness on those darkest corners of our mind in order to disinfect, to transform that pain into the light and into something positive, which is within all of our capability. Just like a car will break down if we run it 24/7 at full speed. If we treat ourselves, our bodies, our lives, like it's a race to a finish line, we will surely get to the end. But we may realize that it wasn't actually a race, that it was a journey. There's nothing wrong with enjoying all of the things that make life fun and interesting and exciting. When we chase those pleasures maniacally, when we can't enjoy a concert because we're thinking about an after party, or we're thinking about posting it online, when we can never be present, when we're always running away from ourselves in this never endless chase for infinite pleasure and material accumulation, we'll never appreciate any of those things. We'll never actually find satisfaction and contentment, because all of those things are temporary. There's not one thing externally that brings us lasting joy, because if it did, we would never stop, because lasting joy is something that has to be earned. If we find it in pleasure, or we mistakenly think it's in pleasurable activities, we will quickly notice that whether it's food or drugs, doing too much quickly makes us sick, and doing way too much will kill us. And these are not that health and happiness that we're looking for. And so in order to find that true source, we need to recognize first that this endless chase and endless pursuit is making us crazy, making us unhappy, making us impatient, unfocused, ill-tempered, and disconnecting us from ourselves and the people that matter most in our lives. It's no wonder people are exhausted and suffering with mental illness, because for most of human history, we didn't have to think of anything. If we were hungry, we'd go find some food. If we were thirsty, we'd go find some water. And everything was as simple as, what am I needing right now? It is really a necessary and essential requirement for a healthy mind is to give it space to breathe, to process the constant bombardment of information. It is the only way to stay sane, to not get overwhelmed, overloaded with information. When I first moved to New York City from Louisville, Kentucky, I don't know how I came to this insight, but something inside of me recognized that this town is fast-paced. It is chaotic. It is got one speed, which is go, go, go. And I sensed that I really need to go to Central Park every day and just spend an hour there, or I might lose my mind. And so that's what I did. And it really brought me so much sanity and well-being. That little time to remind myself that not everything is in a hurry. Not everything is rushed. That mindset of being 10 minutes late to everything, you're barely able to catch up, is just a mindset. And that an hour in the park, not rushing through it, because you can't rush through sitting for an hour. There's no way to sit for an hour quicker than an hour. And it doesn't matter if it's meditation or any activity where we set aside an hour and we're just going to take our time. There's no rush. There's nothing to think about. There's nowhere else to send our mind wandering. That hour of non-rushing can help bring some peace and balance to a mind that is used to rushing the other 16 hours of our waking life. And so bringing in these moments where we deliberately don't rush. 10 minutes meditation, 15-minute walk, and we just create some inertia in the opposite direction of constantly going. Now, I didn't always get to the park. And when I missed a day, I felt it. And when I missed a few days, I really felt it. And after a few months of living in New York and thinking, I don't need to go to the park anymore, I'm a New Yorker now. That's when the back pain started and the other addictions and workaholism and all sorts of the fun stuff that happens when we try to run away from the underlying emotions that are going on within us. So a little bit of slowing down can really create the space in our day that creates a feeling of space in our life. We live in a strange time where we all are told that we basically have to carry in our pockets things that are more addictive than cigarettes. So we have to have a thing in our pockets that we're told, now don't get addicted, now don't get too crazy, but keep this on you at all times. Well, it's no wonder we are going crazy with these devices. We're not designed to be able to have all of the world's information at our fingertips. And it can really make us very scatterbrained because our brains already jump from thought to thought and topic to topic like wild monkeys. Now they can swing through the internet and go anywhere across the World Wide Web, swinging from any kind of news story to whatever curiosity pops into a person's mind. And we can get into this situation where between everything in our lives, all the stuff we have to do, all the stuff we're curious about, we're juggling a million lists in our brains all at once. And it can create a situation where we are unable to focus. We're unable to sit still and do one thing. And we're always thinking about what was I supposed to do? That's like our mantra now. What was I just gonna do? What was I just about to look up? I think we all can relate to on some level to that. And the best thing we can really do when it's really bad is to take a fast, to go into a forest where there's no opportunity to look anything up. And if we can't do that, maybe we delete some apps. Maybe we just leave our phone in the other room. So many things we can do to make it a little more difficult, to create a little bit of a barrier before mindlessly distracting ourselves from what we need to focus on. And while those activity tracking apps that tell us how much we're wasting time are great, we want to be mindful of if they are killing our mindfulness, because this is a skill that we need to learn. We need to use that mindfulness that we're developing in meditation and apply it to every second of our day and make sure we are mindful of our time and that we're not outsourcing our mindfulness. So keeping a check on ourselves throughout the day so that we don't suddenly realize we've lost 2 hours or the whole day. The more we just keep making mindfulness a practice, the more we keep checking in with our highest intention and our goals and reflecting on whether what we're doing now will help us to reach that desired future or not. One day may be 1/1000th of our life. Whereas when we're 30 years old, it can be 1/100,000th of our life. So a day seems like a big event, and a month can be a huge part of a little person's life. As we get older, time naturally tends to feel as if it speeds up as we have a greater perspective of time. But the key is not to try to hold on to time. The key is to be present for the way it is, to recognize this eternal stream of time, this eternal stream of conscious awareness simultaneously occurring with this stream of eternal present moment. When we ride that wave, that present moment, when we are simultaneously letting go of the past moment and welcoming the new one, and we're not thinking about the next moment, we're not thinking about a past moment, but we are truly just awareness, we discover that there really is no movement of time. There is a stillness. When we can be still with that stillness, that is how we discover that really deep peace that is possible, that is underneath every tiny bit of chaos, is that peace, the undisturbed. Sometimes I am genuinely amazed by how much people overcomplicate their lives. Whether it's minimalism applied to our stuff, minimalism applied to our time, or minimalism applied to the things we put in our brain, the content we consume, the things we take interest in. There are so many things we do that don't really make us happy, take up a lot of our time, and even, we could say, make our lives worse. So I would encourage everybody to really look at everything we're doing, and we could even prioritize, what is the most important things in our lives, and then we can chop off the bottom half of that list most of the time. Most of the time, the stuff that takes up the most time is the least important. Oftentimes it's a lot of the phone stuff, but whatever it is, we can do so many things to create space in our lives, create free moments. So often we take our phones in the bathroom, we take, our phones out of our pocket at a restaurant if someone else is in the bathroom. These are all moments where we can create meditations, space in our lives, time to reflect, mentally digest what's been happening, and to just increase our well-being, to increase our happiness, to heal from any stress or difficult situations. And we can be vigilant about it. We can be very protective about when our no distraction time is, when our park time is, when we're unavailable from our phones. The more we really look, I think we'll find that the things we think are so important can be done slower, can be enjoyed while we do it. And when we can find the joy in the little things, life becomes joyful, because most of life is those little things. And so giving ourselves the time to take our time is essential, because life is not a race. It is not a finish line we're trying to get to. It is the time to enjoy, to appreciate, to be present for. That's what matters in life. One of the greatest quotes I've ever heard was a quote from the Buddha, and he was really summarizing Buddhism into one sentence. And he simply stated, "The end of suffering is the end of want." Now, he wasn't saying renounce all your possessions, give up on your dreams, go live in a monastery or a cave somewhere and spend the rest of your days with nothing. No, he was not talking about anything external. He wasn't talking about what you possess or what house you live in. He was talking about the tendency for the things we possess to possess us, and to be mindful of how our dreams, goals, and desires make us miserable and unhappy. Not achieving them, not working towards them, wanting and desiring. Because when we want and desire, we are forgetting what we have. We are subconsciously telling ourselves that we are lacking, we don't have enough, that we are incomplete, and that only something external, some material gain, can make me whole. And this is a fallacy that runs so deep in the collective consciousness of our planet, that is the reason that advertising and other kinds of messaging in the media is so effective, and that we fall for all of these different sources of happiness out there because we don't realize that it is within us. And so we simply need to sit with our desires, with our dreams, and with our goals. And we need to realize how to set a goal and then leave it, so that we can come back to the present moment and stay grounded and firmly rooted in the here and now, in our centered, peaceful, calm, centered point of view. And when we tap into the here and now, where everything we need exists, where everything we need to be happy and loving people exists. It doesn't exist anywhere else, because if you are watching this, if you are breathing, you are alive, and that is precious. So the practice becomes a letting go, a creation of a desired outcome with an intention to bring it about, and then trusting in the universe, trusting in yourself to bring it about, to be open to changes, to blessings you were unaware of to even ask for. And so that we stay flexible, because we live in a constantly changing world. And we live in a world where our desires are shaped by others, by the media. And so we have to do a lot of work to unravel where these desires came from. Are they serving my best good? Are they in line with a joyful kind of life that I wish to create for myself? And when we look at these desires and wants And as we look very curiously at where they came from and why we want them, then we start to recognize that these are not our wants, that true human want is what 99% of humans who have ever lived have wanted. And that is peace, safety, security, and the love and support of their friends and family. This is all we are as human beings, animals on this earth. And everything else is a temporary, fleeting illusion that our society has created. These dreams and aspirations of financial success, power, fame, these are ego-driven desires based on fear of lack, fear of not being good enough, fear of not getting enough praise. And so these are the drivers that drive so much of our material wealth and our drive for personal gain. When we can recognize that, when we can recognize that it is a game and that we are simply playing a game that we don't have to make so serious or life and death, and we can enjoy it. Just like we can enjoy a board game or a video game or any other kind of the many games we like to play. The more we can remember that it is a playful, joyful experience, then everything, the good and the bad, fits into that prism, because it is all perfect. And the ups are incredible, and the downs keep us moving forward. And that is really the essence of existence, which is the constant change, the ups and downs, the drive for more and new that keeps us moving forward. And we can stay on that train as long as we do so with peace and stillness in our hearts, because then we can achieve, we can lose, but we will never lose our presence and peacefulness, because these are innate. And there's this little ego that tries to hide that from us, and it will tell us that we need to achieve, we need to acquire in order to be equal or better than others. But the more we just witness whatever comes into our head, then we are that stillness, that still watcher, witnessing those flood of emotions. And we are able to, without stress, without fear, to work towards those big goals. And we can do so with a joyful energy that is necessary to achieve great and difficult things. And the easiest way to really find that meaning is to stop searching for meaning, because nothing searched for that we already have can ever be found. It is already within us. The more you chase, the further you get. And so the more we think about it and fixate on it, the more stress and negative we feel. Now, usually what's going on here when we ask ourselves this question is we are feeling a great sense of dread, misery, and hopelessness. And we don't really want meaning. What we want is that zest for life, that love and joy that pop us out of bed in the morning, that shoots us out and we're not even doing it. You know, life is flowing through us and we are going with the flow. But at other times, sometimes because of a life situation that happened, the loss of someone we loved, or the loss of a job. And sometimes when it comes to meaninglessness, it can even just come from reading too much philosophy, thinking too much about existentialism and existential concepts, thinking of our own mortality, and we kind of put ourselves into a mental space where all we can do is talk ourselves out of feeling any joy, any hope, and our mind just keeps wanting to go to the darkest places imaginable, which is that we won't exist in 100 years, or that Earth won't exist in 1 billion years. And so we think, what is the meaning? What is the point? What is the purpose? And for anyone who feels like life is meaningless, there is, surprising perhaps for me to say, but a lot of evidence that we can find that will point to this emptiness in our lives, that no one will remember us in 1,000 years, that an asteroid could wipe out all life in an instant. And why are we paying mortgages? And why are we struggling and working so hard? There was a great quote I heard recently. I can't remember where it's from, but it was, of all the 100 trillion planets in our universe, I had to be born on the one with mortgages. Of course, we are also on the only one with chocolate, so good and bad. And so it's just with one certain way of seeing the world around us, which, when only viewed through a lens of searching for meaning, we can find none. And we see species and plants, and they are all reproducing and creating offspring, and we just wonder what is the point of it all. And while it may seem scary and it may seem depressing, it is actually the window that we can peer through in order to find the truth of our existence. And the truth is, everything in the universe is meaningless until a life form gives it meaning. So if we are searching for the meaning of life outside of us, we will never find it, because everything in our universe is empty. It is empty of matter and stuff. It is empty of inherent meaning or any independent qualities at all, because everything came from something, and that something came from something. And so in anything, you will find that that thing isn't in the thing. And it gets a little confusing, but bear with me. If some future species found a million-year-old iPhone from our time, they would not know what it is. They might think it's a mirror, a piece of glass, a strange-shaped rock from a primitive civilization. But without the branding and the labeling and the money that Apple spent into telling us that it's the iPhone, without the exact right electrical outlet to plug it into, to get the exact right wattage into the phone, and then to know exactly how to turn it on and use it. All of this is how we know that an iPhone is an iPhone. And even if you know how to use it, you still couldn't find the iPhone within the iPhone, which is to say, is the iPhone the sum of its parts? And we would have to say, no. It is a combination of the sum of its parts plus the functionality that it has. So I can use it as a smartphone, plus it has all of the components as a smartphone. But again, these are just two ideas. In reality, it's glass, metal, precious minerals, and rare earth metals. But even then, that's not what it is. It's energy. It's vibrating waves of energy and frequencies. It's protons and neutrons, but it's beyond that. It is a mostly empty space, briefly expressed from the quantum field into this thing we call iPhone. Millions of people's life work has gone into it. And it has completely transformed the world, the way we communicate, how we work, and how we entertain ourselves. And so this tiny little piece of glass, metal, and plastic, this empty space of energy that doesn't even exist the way we think it does, has created infinite amounts of meaning in people's lives. People creating art, people finding their future husbands and wives on dating apps, moving films watched, beautiful sunsets photographed, and the list of ways that technology can make people's lives more meaningful. This is just one of the many ways to show that human beings are the meaning makers. The question isn't, is life meaningless? The question is, for who is life meaningless? And how can we help those people see ways to create meaning, to find fulfillment in everything they do, and to feel that their life is infused with purpose and value? And the fact of the matter is, we are only limited by what we can imagine. The more meaningful relationships that we create in our lives, the more meaning we have in our lives. The more meaningful art that we can make. And most importantly, the more meaning that we can create for other people in their lives. The more we can help others feel like they are living a valuable, meaningful life. This is the exponential growth factor for meaning in life. It's important and wonderful to do things that we feel are meaningful. And those things tend to be developing those messy, beautiful relationships. Tends to come from introspection, contemplation, and reflection in nature. Oftentimes that immensity of looking at the stars, which makes us feel meaningless and unimportant, is that same awe-inspiring wonder that makes the universe feel magical and special. And so that is really one of the most incredible ways to infuse meaning in our lives, because we are simultaneously sensing that emptiness, which is that reality, and that simultaneously we are that miracle of life, the gift of meaning to the entire universe, who without us, it would be meaningless. But whatever it is that is food for your soul, that makes you sing, that fills our day in the most joyous way possible, that is your meaning. And it tends not to come from consumption of experiences or consumption of pleasures, foods and drinks and material pleasures. It tends to come from creation. Consumption often feels empty. They tend to provide a very brief moment of pleasure, followed by a sense of emptiness, longing, and craving. A lot of times people who feel like their lives are meaningless, they are often stuck in cycles of consumption. And what this looks like is when we turn to, whether it's video games, TV, social media, food, drugs, alcohol, sex, gambling, whenever we turn to these things to fill that emptiness inside, to make us happy, this only leads to more emptiness, to more meaninglessness, because there is an emptiness. There is a vicious, never-ending cycle of pleasure followed by unhappiness, followed by seeking out more pleasure, followed by more unhappiness, and we become trapped and stuck in these addiction cycles. But when we start to create, creation has meaning within it. And whether we are putting in effort and time and our undivided full attention towards whether it is creating art or music, whether it's creating a healthier body through fitness and nutrition, whether it is creating relationships or enhancing one's own skills and abilities, we are infusing reward with work. And this is the wholeness. This is the completeness of life, which is to say, work with reward. And when we overconsume, we are shifting the balance of scales towards laziness, and we are further lessening our own ability to create that meaning, to create that rich and remarkable life, because we are not working those mind muscles of nurturing joy and peace, meaning and purpose. And so to create a meaningful life is to practice creating that meaning and to build that muscle so that that momentum, that snowball effect can build and build so that every day becomes more meaningful than the last, and every year becomes more meaningful than the last, because meaning builds. The more meaning we have in our lives, the more people we share our blessings and our sorrows with, the more that each little bit of meaning we add to our lives makes us more joyful, more willing to do new things, and to keep growing. Because ultimately, growing is what a meaningful life is all about. Because it's very easy to just consume, and it is easy to be very passive in life. Whereas growth takes effort and it takes work. But that is why the reward is so much more worth it. A break from work is so much more refreshing than a day we had off and didn't do anything at all. So we have to put ourselves out there. We have to try thing after thing after thing until we find the thing that we like to do that adds meaning to our lives. And the more we keep trying and trying, the more things we find that make our lives meaningful. And the easiest way to really find that meaning is to stop searching for meaning, because nothing searched for that we already have can ever be found. It is already within us. The more you chase, the further you get. And so the more we think about it and fixate on it, the more stress and negative we feel. So instead, tune in to the emptiness. Recognize that there is no meaning in anything. And this will lead you to your true self, which is to say, that non-physical essence of who you are, this engine of meaning. And you will see that it's not in the stuff. It all comes from you. And so if there is a sense of meaninglessness, you have put the meaning of meaninglessness onto life. And just as we have put that meaningless label on life, we can also start to find those things we love that make life worth living, the art and the beauty and the music of this world, the people and the foods and the fragrances that make this experience so rich. And the more we fill our lives with those things that give it meaning and lasting joy, automatically, the more meaningful our lives become. This engine of meaning, this drive of intuition within us that points us towards where we are meant to be, is our greatest gift as a species. Because, like every other species on this planet, we are driven by an innate sense of what to do. The more we listen to that inner drive, the more we quiet the mind and listen to the heart, and the more we feel instead of think, that love for life that every living being on this planet has, even if it's obscured by depression and sadness, the more that light of love shines through us, and everything we do automatically, naturally becomes infused with that joy. And no matter what we are doing, when we are fully doing it, when we are fully present and not in our heads, becomes a vehicle to meaning. It becomes our passageway. Every task, every single moment in our lives becomes part of our journey to meaning. Because a meaningful life is not a destination. It is an accumulation of meaningful moments. And in this way, through a little bit of creativity and effort, as we let ourselves be drawn to the things we're naturally drawn to, and as we let go of all of these stories we have about meaning, and we can just be in the present moment and witness and experience it, we can see the depth in each moment. It can bring us a peace and joy no matter what is happening around us. And we can experience infinite meaning that our infinite consciousnesses are able to create. We simply have to recognize that all meaning and concepts start in the mind, to let go of concepts such as not having meaning or needing to get meaning, and instead make sure our lives are filled with the things that bring us joy, with the peace and stillness to reflect and process our thoughts and emotions, to accept this reality of emptiness around us, and most importantly, try to create joy and meaning for others, because there really is nothing more meaningful than that.
Nice is not the way to win in this society. That's sad. You can be cunning and selfish, and you will reach far. Good, kind people suffer and die far more often than the shitheads of the world. It's true that we don't get rewarded financially for being generous and kind. But it depends what you want to succeed at. Because there are tons of selfish, cunning people who have no joy in their lives, no love. They don't appreciate what they have. They are surrounded by people who just want things from them. Relationships are transactional, negotiations, and they would kill for the chance at happiness. There are also people who are very happy, who are very generous and kind, and their workers are loyal and grateful. Their customers notice the care that goes in to their service or product. And there's even people who can go into very nasty businesses like politics. And the ones that do the best, the ones that are beloved, are the ones who use their cunning, use their ambition for the betterment of everybody else. And to me, this is success. We need good people to be cunning. We need kind people to be clever and ambitious. So I don't see it as there's either bad people are successful and good people are not. I see it as when we put others first, we will have an army of supporters. When we just look out for ourselves, we'll always be looking at who's going to stab us in the back. And that is no way to live. Attempting to stay in contact with friends and then realizing they wouldn't do the same for you once you stop made me lose meaning in friendship and human relations. This is something I really get and have thought about a lot. I think that anyone who is on a spiritual path suffers this exact same crisis. This crisis of why are more people not enlightened? Why are people unhappy and miserable and cruel and unkind? And I really think that the first step on the path to enlightenment, that 10,000 step path, should be called false enlightenment, because we have these glimpses of awakening and we feel like we're enlightened. And then some person who is cruel or unkind or unthoughtful pulls us back down to reality, makes us mad and furious. And instead of realizing we're not so enlightened after all, we try to cut out all the people in our lives who are the slightest bit negative, even though we aren't cutting out ourselves, who is the source of that negativity, because we are the ones saying, how dare they? How could they be like that? They shouldn't be like that. And so the next several steps on the path to enlightenment are coming to terms with the fact that if we want to be the happiest person, if we want to be the kindest, and if we want to be pure beings of love, we are going to be largely disappointed in humanity. We are going to often feel alone. And the thing to remember is that enlightenment, if it's about peace and happiness in these selfish pursuits, we will be disappointed. But when we realize it's actually about love and giving back to others and being able to make this world a brighter place, not for ourselves, but for all living beings, then the practice becomes loving those people, those imperfect people, those maybe less aware people, loving them in their chaotic nature. Not preaching the path to liberation, but being there to help lift them up when they do reach out a hand. It doesn't have to be lonely. We wanted this. We wanted to be the happiest person, the most peaceful person, the most loving person. So we cannot be surprised when other people are less loving, happy, and peaceful. But we wouldn't choose it any other way. And so even if we need to separate a relationship, even if we notice we're giving too much and we need to pull back and take care of ourselves and live our own peaceful life, we can still love them. We can still hold no animosity towards them, no bitterness or negativity in our hearts. And that is the practice. It's not changing everyone else, and it's not cutting everybody else out of our lives. It's just learning to break through that bitterness into love. I noticed ever since I lost my wife and child, I have become a bitter person. I lost my empathy towards others and only feel envy and bitterness, especially when I see happy families. The only thing we can do when life's worst tragedies have come for us is to be easy on ourselves, to allow the pain, to accept the bitterness, to be okay with envy and anger and everything that comes up. We don't need to add to something already incredibly painful with pressure on ourselves, with expectations of how we should be. We really become like a dam holding back the water and just letting little streams come through because it's all we feel we can face at the moment. But when we break that dam and we let the flood walls open, it may be painful, it may be chaotic, but the process that is inevitable can happen quicker and with less resistance. You don't have to feel peace. You simply have to make peace with your lack of peace. And that is how we can start to open the floodgates of peace. When tragedy strikes, there will be pain. That's natural, it's only human. But we don't have to focus on it all the time. We still have the skill, power, and ability to direct our focus wherever we choose. And so we can put 100% of our focus on a puppy dog. We can put 100% of our focus on those best memories we have with our loved ones. The pain will still be there. The painful memories will stay there. We don't have to run away from them, escape them, drown them. But we can simply redirect our gaze, redirect our focus towards something we know that they would want us to focus on and to spend our days focused on what we know they would want for us. To smell every flower they couldn't. To cherish every sunrise and sunset we can. We are not stuffing our feelings down or avoiding or ignoring them. It's all there and we give it space. But it all just comes down to how do we want to spend our days? How would they want us to spend our time? Whether we are alive or whether it was our loved ones that we lost. Life is meant to be lived. We're meant to be present for it. It is a gift and not to be wasted. And the best way we can honor those we've lost is to cherish every moment and love every second. Entire family turned crazy for inheritance, not caring about my grandparents, just what they got. What is it even about? Seeing my family become so greedy made me super sad. One of the hardest things in anyone's life is to find out that other people that you love and care about don't treat you with the same love and care. And it can be very surprising and shocking when, during a time of grief, we see people trying to take advantage and become greedy. But that is their journey. That is what they have to deal with. We have to decide what's worth fighting about, what is worth standing up against, how to do it with calm, peace, and love. And to be grateful that people showed their colors, showed how they respond in tragedy, showed how reliable or unreliable they can be. We don't have to dwell on the disappointment. We can revel in gratitude for the growth and wisdom that we acquired by someone taking off their mask and showing us what their values really are. And it is our business and our journey to forgive, to let go, and to love even when it's hard, because sometimes we think, I'll be so loving and generous and kind to everybody, and then someone's unkind or selfish, and then we turn hateful and greedy and resentful. But that's because loving isn't always easy. And if it were, we'd all be loving. But every single person who is mean or unkind has suffered from someone else, either abuse or neglect or unthoughtfulness, and they turned bitter and resentful towards us and the whole world. And so it is up to each of us that loving everyone means when it's hard, and that we stay true to ourselves and we don't let other people and their suffering become our suffering. This is just one of those tests to see how loving we can truly be. And sometimes when people are at their worst, it can show us and help us rise to be our best. When my grandma died, and we were all in shock and mourning, a distant relative started to ask questions like, can I go over to her place and take what I want? And she almost made it sound like it was doing us a favor, like helping clean out our apartment or something. So I do understand the vultures circling. And we were all too in shock, and you don't want to be mean, and you can't even talk in these times, so you don't want to say no. You don't want to create a conflict when you're broken and devastated. But I love that quote: when someone shows you who they are, believe them. Might have been Maya Angelou. And we have three options when dealing with something like this. Let them take the stuff and get mad at them and sad and disappointed. Fight and try to stop them, and maybe we lose some peace of mind, but that's what we want to do. And the third option is not always easy, but it is to stand firm but kind, to do your best even though you're broken, to try to make sure that your loved one's wishes are being fulfilled, and then allowing for what is out of your hands to be out of your hands, and to remember that it's not the stuff that we loved about them. It's not the jewelry or property. It's not the candlesticks that'll just sit on a mantle and not even really bring us any happiness. And to just remember the person we loved and why we loved them. Stuff is just stuff. But the love we have for people lasts forever.
I had dreams of people visiting me in the forest and feeling like, oh no, I broke the rules and they were trying to tempt me to come back to society. But it was one of the most beautiful, profound, enlightening experiences of my life that I would never trade for anything. When I was a kid, I remember hearing that Jesus of Nazareth went into the desert for 40 days and came back, Jesus Christ, transformed, ready to take on the Roman army and be a source of love in the world. And then a little later, maybe when I was in high school or college, I heard that the Buddha sat under a tree for 49 days and obtained supreme enlightenment. And when I heard it, such a similar story that second time, it struck me that maybe there's really something to this. And maybe it's not just a story of these gentlemen, but it is a prescription for becoming our strongest, healthiest, and happiest selves. So this little voice in my head got in there and it never left. And it was like this curiosity and this drive to discover if 40 or 49 days will bring about some kind of lasting, permanent, dramatic change in my mind and how I think and relate with the world around me. I decided I am going to save up enough. I am going to quit my job, get rid of my apartment and all my stuff, and learn all of the different meditation techniques and other spiritual practices that I could learn in order to spend 50 days by myself in the middle of a forest and see what kind of change could take place. So I looked around the world and I decided that New Zealand has no bears, no tigers, no wolves, no poisonous spiders or snakes. And it seemed like the perfect place to do this, where I would be in the least danger so that if something bad happened on day 10, I wouldn't have to wait 40 days for someone to come rescue me. Also, it's a very safe country. They have forests and national parks pretty much everywhere. So I headed to New Zealand after spending a lot of time living with monks and gurus and shamans, learning all of the wisdom and practices that I could take with me. And when I got to New Zealand, I found a place. I headed to the nearest camping store from that place a couple hours away, which I later found out was a very sacred forest to the indigenous people of New Zealand. So I hiked for about 4 days into the forest, just stayed there, meditating all day, doing some yoga and a few other practices, chopping wood and cooking some basic food. It was very difficult. I had dreams of people visiting me in the forest and feeling like, oh no, I broke the rules and they were trying to tempt me to come back to society. And it was like that Jesus Buddha story of the devil tempting Jesus, and the Buddha had demons tempting the Buddha to leave his tree with promises of women and gold. And so it was very tough. And many times I thought I was crazy. This is definitely the craziest thing anybody's ever done. This is probably pointless. What am I even doing? But the more I stayed out there, the more that voice in my head got quieter and quieter, until I was in a totally new state of being that was very strange, very unfamiliar, very disturbing at first, because I couldn't hear my thoughts anymore. I wasn't even sure if they were quiet or gone. And as that feeling went away and I was able to peacefully sit in that space, I reached a place where I never even wanted to leave the forest. It was such a deep peace. But I was running out of food. So I made it 50 days, and I really was craving at that point some cooked fresh food. That feeling of gratitude, when you have become accustomed to nothing, everything is a blessing. Everything is a gift. And when you have sat for 50 days, one of the biggest shifts for me, especially from being a New Yorker, where everything is in a New York minute and everyone is always rushing around, I had a patience that was completely transforming for me. When we become calm and have some clarity, what we will find is that we don't become the bigger person to appease someone who wronged us. We simply realize that being the bigger person is how we take back our peace. That is the greatest gift we give to ourselves. In Buddhism, they don't drink, don't smoke, don't lie, and practice nonviolence, not just because it's disadvantageous for them, but better for someone else. They do it because this is how we can get the most peace in our lives. This is how we can have the least inner conflict. And this is how we can be totally free from stress, worry, doubt, the ups and downs of all that drama. And so simply forgiving from a distance and accepting what has happened and making peace with that is the most selfish thing we can do. And what is beautiful is that in this world, the most selfless thing we can do is the most selfish. And so by getting out of our own pain and our own shame and our own trauma, we become free from it. And we can finally start a life that is peaceful and where we can focus on those loving, kind people instead of those people who don't share our values. As I learned at a Buddhist monastery, they always have a saying that is, continuity is the key to success. And it doesn't matter if you do 10 days, 50 days, 3 years, if you don't continue a daily practice, if you go back to your old habits and your old lifestyle, it's very easy for all of that great work to slip away. And we still can have some benefits because every great experience lives with us in some way. Truly, spirituality is about what we can do in our lives, not by leaving our lives. And for me, this was a journey of curiosity and discovery, which I wanted to share with everybody so that they don't have to go do it. And the deep realizations and the deep insights have still never left. And I don't think they ever will, because when we have a genuine awakening, insight gained from our own introspection instead of being told or reading about, that's permanent change. At the time, sometimes in the forest, I was feeling like I was banging my head against a wall, and coming out was like the peace from stopping banging our head against the wall. You know, I don't know if it was like the relief or if it was the immense peace that was developed in that space. But when we go through something like that, it does change us. We don't all have to do that, and we all won't do that, and we all shouldn't do that. You know, we have roles and responsibilities. I was very lucky at the time because that was available to me. We can all transform our lives. We can all shift from consuming mental junk food to more enlightening things. We can shift from constant consumption and filling our mind with information. We can just slowly start to shift to that life we want to create, which is one of spaciousness, one where we feel at home wherever we are, because we are restful within. And we can be very active and engaged in the world, but we can do so with peace because we have created an environment for peace. And that is what I really learned by going deep into the forest and into that space of peace. And we all have that space within us. I love hiking and traveling, and I kind of want to do it again. But I don't think my family will let me, so I'll just do shorter trips. It's definitely something that we can get from meditation in the mornings and evenings. We can get it from taking maybe a week retreat a year if we need to. There's so many ways that we can lift our spirits. And for me, that was the way. Looking back, even falling off a cliff and getting lost in a forest where I specifically asked to not be near any human beings, and so I was screaming for help to nobody. But it was one of the most beautiful, profound, enlightening experiences of my life that I would never trade for anything. When I was a young copywriter starting out in New York City, I asked a older copywriter if he had any advice for me. And what he told me I thought was a joke. I thought he was playing a trick on me. He said, "Don't care." When I realized he was being serious, I started to really think about what did he mean? What is he talking about? But as I looked back, I actually noticed that all of the best writing I had done came from when I was not stressed, not putting enormous pressure on myself. It might be when a assignment came at the very last minute and they needed something immediately. So I didn't have time to panic. I didn't have time to stress. And when you get your own mind out of your way, then all of your best ideas can flow through you. But we don't see this just in creativity either. We see this with dating, where someone can want something so much that they push that thing away. Such as a person who blurts out, "I love you," or "let's get married" too soon. We can want something so badly that it just blinds us from any self-awareness, awareness of the situation, and blinds us from our own better judgment. When we're in a social setting and we're in our heads and we're self-conscious and we want so hard to make a good impression, we can easily be missing a conversation because we're thinking, what should I say next? And then sometimes that thing happens where someone responds to something from like 3 sentences ago and everyone's just a little taken back because it's like we've already moved on. This is true in business and job interviews where we come off needy and desperate because we want something so bad. In just about any situation, caring too much can hurt our chances of getting the things we want. And the best thing we can ever do in any situation is not care. Now, this doesn't mean not trying or not working towards that goal. Because remember, he was telling me how to be a better writer, not worse. But it actually means how we can be a better person, more successful, and live a richer life. Not caring doesn't mean not compassionate, not loving, not kind. It simply means we give our love and kindness and compassion away freely, with no insecurity, no expectations, because we know that we have this unlimited source of love within us, and there is nothing we lose by giving it away. So how do we reach this state of not caring? And the answer is we must practice over and over again, recognizing that everything works out in the end. Life sorts itself out. Fear of failure is far worse than any failure we could possibly have. That fear is what lives with us so much longer than the minor setback itself, the little rejection, which happens in just a moment. We must practice observing the impermanent nature of all phenomena, all situations and circumstances, all material objects. And by doing this, by creating this bigger perspective, we no longer put so much weight on one particular goal or desire. And most importantly, the more we practice, either through meditation or mindfulness techniques, where we practice being fully present, where we, instead of trying to escape the here and now, we learn to embrace whatever is happening around us, then we can tap into that peace, that inner peace and joy that just comes from within. And when we are in touch with that, no failure, no rejection can even put a dent in it. Whenever we are lost in thought or on our phones or being entertained, we're not only escaping the present moment, we are subconsciously telling our mind that the present moment is not good enough and it is worthy of escape or needs to be changed in some way. So we are literally training our minds not to be content. And the more we can just be wherever we are, the more we don't feel we have to control every situation so tightly. The more we can let go of any insecurities and pressure. And the more joy, contentment, and success we can bring into our lives.
If someone is drowning in the water, as much as someone who can't swim may want to jump in the water to save them, it would be very foolish. It's important to bear witness to the suffering of others, to listen so we can help. But tapping into our inner joy and our inner peace means tapping into a source that is not related to anything in this physical world. Now, to be in bliss is not a crime. It doesn't mean we laugh and celebrate in front of people who are suffering. We, of course, project an outward appearance that is appropriate for the environment that we're in. But it does them no good for you to suffer with them. We cannot bring them out of their suffering if we are down in there with. When we are crushed by depression and anxiety and stress, we are no good to anybody. And so the greatest thing we can do in our lives for everyone around us is to connect with that peace, joy, and love within, to make it our home. And so we can invite people in wherever we go. And no matter what they're going through, we can give them a smile. We can reignite that spark in their eye. This is why comedians go to perform in war zone, because we need someone to lift us up when we're down. And when we're up, we can be there to lift others. It simply involves spending a little time every day, either with our eyes closed or with our attention turned inward into our spiritual dimension, to the spaciousness and depth within us in this present moment. Pure feeling and being, and recognizing that it is always there within us, a deep peace that we can tap into and we can use as a reservoir of strength, so we can be stronger for those who need us. I know that as the holidays are coming up, what should be a festive and joyous time for all of us, for too many, is a time that evokes a great deal of grief and loss and memories of past trauma. Many of us are celebrating alone, estranged from family, and we are, all of us, to some extent, disconnected from that tribe, that tight-knit community that we evolved to live within. And we're disconnected from nature and these things that fill up our spirit and enrich our lives in dramatic ways that really all of us are suffering from on some level. We are social creatures. We are loving, family-oriented species. And in these modern times where sometimes we live far away from our families, sometimes families have been the source of trauma, or we've lost dear loved ones. Seeing all of that holiday spirit around us, idealized in films and television and songs, can really put a magnifying glass on our own suffering and exacerbate it, make us feel like we're really missing out. And this time that is already troubling is even made worse when we feel it's a time where we should be happy. And if you have lost someone and the holidays without that person feel like a gaping black hole, if you're estranged from your loved ones, disappointed, and maybe even out of a need to protect yourself from cruelty and abuse, I hope we can all remember that you're not alone. None of us are alone. We may be suffering alone, but there are countless people out there who are going through the same struggles. And I hope we can remember that this story in our mind that may be focusing on loss or a traumatic past during these holiday seasons, that they are still stories. They are thoughts and feelings in our mind and body, and we are the witness to that story. We aren't those thoughts and feelings. And I hope we can all witness those thoughts and feelings, the good and the bad, with some sense of peace in knowing that we can watch without getting trapped inside, that we can watch with a bit of distance between that story from our past that is so hurtful and that which sees and experiences those thoughts. And when we can witness that heavy emotion and thought, and we can witness how it wishes for things to be different than they are, that we can even accept a bit of that reality which is, we can understand that no one is promised a tomorrow. No one is promised a loving, supportive family, even though we all deserve it. And that we can eventually learn to witness those good times that we have had in our lives, and we can witness those bad times, and we can recognize that no matter what has happened, we are still here. We have this breath. And whether we lost a loved one and we know how much they would want us to become happy and live every moment to the fullest, or whether we're dealing with abusive family and we have to realize that for our own sake, we have to make the most of this life, that we can find peace in that witnessing, that we feel as though while this movie of life we're watching, maybe in that sad scene, we can find a way to believe and know that there will be a happy ending. The happy ending is what we make it. We are the witness of this movie, but we are also the creators of our story. And while certain things don't go the way we intended or we wished, we know that we are able to change that internal story. We can find the light in that darkness. We can cherish those good times we had with our loved ones. We can forgive those who hurt us, and we can give ourselves permission to find the joy in everyday little moments and give us the permission to make new, joyful moments. Just like we sometimes watch the news, we feel we must bear witness to the world's suffering. We must bear witness to our own. And we must love ourselves enough to feel those feelings, think those thoughts, cry when we need to cry. But we also must give ourselves the freedom to feel joy and love as well. The more we accept the pain, the more we allow ourselves to feel and grieve, the less suffering that pain can cause. Pain will be there, but whether we suffer from that pain is whether we choose to resist it or allow it to be. Because when we allow something to be without any hatred or anger or pessimism, then we can peacefully experience even very heavy grief and loss.
We never need to get so absorbed by those thoughts. And we often get tricked. We often believe this is very important, what I'm thinking about. And usually it's not that important because we are just ants on an anthill building our cities. The quickest way to deal with a painful past, when a traumatic memory comes up in our mind that starts that runaway thought train, is to recognize that deep part of ourselves that believes it was too terrible to let go of. When I hear people tell me tragic history that they've gone through, you can hear in their voice that this story was so bad that it's impossible to let go. that it is a part of me, that it is something I identify with. And there is this belief that we can't let go, we shouldn't let go, and that we don't really want to let go. If we wanted to let go, with every cell of our body, with every fiber of our being, we would. But there is a part of us that is holding on, grasping, clutching with full force, to the point where our conscious mind, no matter how hard it tries, just can't let go. And so we really have to explore why we believe that this trauma is too important to let go. And because of the trauma, because of how horrible it was, we feel like we would be unable to exist without that defining moment. We feel like letting go such a huge part of ourselves would make us not who we are anymore. When it's the loss of a loved one, we feel at the deepest level that we would be dishonoring that person if we let them go, if we gave up that mental story from the past. And when it is trauma done to us from someone else, we feel like we're different than everyone else because of that experience, that it forever changed us, and that we can never be happy. And that is what terrifies so many of us, because we feel we don't deserve happiness. We feel we don't deserve to diminish the pain someone else caused us by letting it go. And we have to realize that that story is making us suffer and preventing our happiness. We have to realize we don't need it. It doesn't serve us, and it does nothing to the other person if we let it go. It is just about getting rid of the block that is in our lives from living our fullest. And the second thing we have to do is to see in our body where that tension lives and unclench it, to recognize that we are on edge. We are on a constant state of high alert. And that is always in the body. That is a physical response. Stress isn't mental or physical. It's both. When we are in the wild and we hear a bear, our body tenses up. We get ready to jump up and sprint and climb and whatever it takes to survive. And that subtle tension is why we get triggered, why a memory can traumatize, re-traumatize, re-trigger us. And we just have to practice staying present with ourselves. Anytime we feel tension arise, anytime we start to get swept away with a traumatic memory, especially while we're meditating, but in life as well, our first response might be we tense up. And it's so important that we make a habit of recognizing it's just a story and we relax every muscle. There is no trauma that we cannot heal from. And it just takes giving ourselves the love and awareness to bring peace and acceptance to our bodies, our past, and our trauma. Because no matter how painful it is, we can settle into it and relax into it and make peace with it. And it's just the practice of awareness, because as soon as that trauma gets triggered, our awareness and focus shrinks to practically being aware of nothing else but our thoughts. And we become completely taken over by those thoughts, by the conditioned ego from the past that we cannot let go of. And this is why we do things in these states that we have no awareness of, that we would never do when we're calm and collected with our highest wisdom. And so the more we practice as heavy thoughts and emotions take over, the more we just become aware of those thoughts, the more we let go of the power of those thoughts, the more we feel we don't need to follow that train of thought, then we are able to stay present and centered. And we need to remember that we are no longer on high alert, that we can relax our full body. And when we can have that intelligence come into a moment when we are being swept away, we prevent that negative stream of thought, that downward spiral with an inescapable gravity like a black hole. And we are able to come back and just remember those are thoughts and not a big deal. And truly, thoughts aren't a big deal. These are thinking machines in our brains, and they will think anything that will pop into its head, just the randomest, craziest stuff. And we never need to get so absorbed by those thoughts. And we often get tricked. We often believe this is very important, what I'm thinking about. And usually it's not that important, because we are just ants on an anthill building our cities. And rarely do we humans consider the thoughts and feelings and emotions of each individual ant. And so we can slowly shift to recognize that those thoughts, our cravings, our desires, our pleasures, and our pains aren't such a big deal. And when we have that humbling insight, we're much easier able to let go of any thoughts that come into our field of awareness, and especially those traumatic memories. If you are really struggling right now and you feel overwhelmed and burdened by heavy emotions, worry, doubt, fears, anger, whatever it is, let's just sit down
however you're comfortable. And just take a deep breath. Slow, deep, full, smooth breath. Notice that tendency when we're stressed to hold our breath, to breathe very shallow and choppy. And just deepen it naturally. Just stay with those real slow, deep inhales and exhales. And you can close your eyes if that's more comfortable. You can breathe through your nose if that's easy as well. Sit up straight but comfortable. Not too tense, but with as straight a back as is comfortable. When we feel pressure from the world, we literally slouch down and we have an invisible weight on our shoulders. And when the universe is pushing on us so hard, we can barely even sit up straight. We want to curl up in a ball and lay in bed and disappear. But today we're going to sit up straight and we're going to push back on that world that is pushing on us, because we are co-collaborators in this universe. It is the universe and ourselves mutually creating our reality. Sometimes we feel we have total control, and sometimes we feel we have no control. But it is always a mutual collaboration. And when we sit up straight, despite wanting to give up and curl up in a ball, we are exerting our power back onto the universe. And we are creating a new reality that takes into account our greatest good and our highest intention. We are going to not let the world blow us over. Whatever we set out to do, we do. And it's as simple as sitting up straight, standing up straight, wherever we are, with our shoulders back, with our head held high, and not letting the world bring us down. Now I want you to turn your attention into your body. And instead of focusing on tension and stress, maybe some physical pain or maybe racing heartbeat, instead we're going to focus on what life feels like. Feel wherever there is movement and energy radiating and pulsating through your body. Feel that energy of life. Feel what being alive feels like. Notice that pure energy that animates your body and is the same animating energy in me and everything else. We may feel like our problems are enormous and like we are in a life or death existential crisis. But we are not separate entities. We are the successful offspring of a multi-billion-year life form. We are a link in the chain of life, and we are not separate from that chain, and we cannot do anything that would go against that nature within us, and that every urge, impulse, and intuition we have is the universe whispering to us. Every feeling is programmed into us by forces beyond us. And while our thoughts can betray us because they can be conditioned by our surroundings, when we are in stillness and in the present moment, we can hear that whisper of the universe, pointing us and guiding us to what we need to do and where we need to be. Because we did not invent our brains, we did not sculpt our bodies from clay. What we think, what we feel, are so far beyond our limited understanding. And we can trust that the thoughts we have, the feelings we have, and the impulses and intuition that guide us are all the universe's intention for us. The universe is mindful. This is why we have the ability for mindfulness. We just need to let distractions fall away so we can focus on the here and now, where there are no problems. There is only the ever-changing transformation of form to energy and energy to form. That is the nature of our universe. That is the nature of ourselves. Whatever we were feeling 5 minutes ago will change. Whatever we're feeling now will also change. And we can sit with those negative feelings. We can witness the universe speaking to us instead of losing ourselves in those emotions and wishing they would stop. We can make peace with anything that comes into our field of consciousness, and we can be completely grateful for every moment of this existence. We just have to look deeper. Instead of running away when it's tough, look deeper. And whenever thoughts are too negative, too disturbing, too scary, we can always say Om. Om. hope you feel a little more peaceful, a little more relaxed, a little more comfortable with what you're going through. That is the whole point of the practice, is we don't fight negative feelings, because that only creates more conflict. We make peace with chaos, and then we live in peace. We are all addicted to going. As soon as we have a moment of real rest, we start to get withdrawal symptoms. We start craving going, and we seek it out. Our mind will not let us rest. But if we can break through the withdrawal, we become free. We don't have to stop going. We can still be very active, but the activity will no longer control us. This subtle shift, having the ability to rest, changes everything. We no longer go mindlessly. We no longer fill the silence manically. We are at peace, both going and resting. And this is the freedom we all must nurture and develop. Notice what happens when you have a moment of stillness, when you have a moment of nothing to fill the time. Most of us, if not all of us, immediately find something to do. We look and our brain goes into overdrive, just trying to find something to fill up that space. Call a friend, check our phones, make plans, go shopping, go drinking or eating, watch a show. And what do all these things do? They stop us only from observing our thoughts, from being with thoughts. Some people, but not many, can stare out a window in a car or in their house for more than 5 minutes. But most of us will need something, a pacifier, an adult human metaphorical pacifier. And while they pacify us, they do immense damage when it is the mindless escape from ourselves. We are disassociating ourselves from our true selves. And so naturally, we don't know who we are. We don't know what we truly want. We don't know why we have this subtle suffering that we're constantly trying to avoid. Why we can't sit with ourselves and to just be in this beautiful universe. Only when we master being instead of going can we actually enjoy going, because it is not a means to escape. It is a means to celebrate. It is a means to enjoy the richness of this life. Instead of that subconscious reinforcement of the thought and the idea that life is unbearable, that I cannot be alone with my thoughts, that boredom and stillness and peace are unbearable and worthy of escape.
But when we discover that we are content, happy, and fulfilled with the nothingness, then everything becomes peaceful. Because it's okay when the fun stuff stops. It's okay when it gets going. It's okay when sickness or trauma happens. Because we know we'll be okay. We know that we're okay no matter what. And just because we live in a society where that human adult pacifier takes many forms and is so easy to always be soothed, it is keeping us like babies and always needing something instead of standing on our own 2 feet, seeing the challenges of this world and taking them on with courage and strength. We're often told by society that doing nothing is a waste of time, is the worst thing we could ever do. But I think it makes everything worth doing. These brains really are like supercomputers. And it is always rendering from photons of light the world around us. And it is filling in the blanks in a way to save energy. So we don't have to constantly look around, but it will give us the experience of having a complete field of view, even though it is creating our peripheral vision out of its own memory and imagination. And just like a book with a narrator or a movie with a narrator, that voice in our head, that ego that is based on what our friends, family, and society have said and told us and shaped our view. That is like the theme song. That is the soundtrack to our lives that colors everything we see. If we just lost someone dear to us, our world may look dark. If we have just fallen in love, the colors are gonna seem a lot brighter. But in both cases, if we can simply be in this room where we are, we can start to pierce through that veil and step into reality and see that it is all designed for us. This is our habitat, this earth. It is here to nourish us perfectly. Nothing is by accident. There's nothing we can face that we cannot bear. It is only when we think something is unbearable that we start to lose hope, enter that dark mental space which colors our world. And most of the time we are unconscious creators of our reality. We just go with the flow of our ego. And it's usually in a dark, fearful, angry, negative, critical place. But we can consciously choose to go in another direction whenever we want. And the way we do that is by communing and connecting with this miraculous, magical universe simply by giving it our attention and our focus. Anything that is real, our breath, our body, our surroundings, are doorways to this universe. And everything of the mind, the ego, and the thoughts are the fictions that we create. And simply knowing that frees us from that unconscious, negative worldview that we create, so that we can really discover that we live in a very peaceful, very beautiful universe, that only human beings have chosen to create these fictional divisions and fictional conflicts. But it is through developing this unshakable presence and connection to the deeper reality that other people can discover that peace and realize that oneness for themselves. We all study in school that the universe created life, and that life has been exploding on this planet ever since. And we all understand that this is an aspect of the universe, that life is a fundamental law of physics. It is inherent to the laws of this universe. But we don't look back and say, well, what was that frog doing and why was it doing this? We just understand that in life, in the universe, there are frogs. They're a part of this universe. But when it comes to humans, we think that's not part of the universe. That is a separate being that has nothing to do with these laws of physics, and they are not an extension of the universe. They are a separate individual. But we are the universe. What we choose to do is what the universe has chosen for us to choose to do. When we think of who is the self, and we think of some non-physical consciousness that is controlling our body, that is making decisions, that is choosing to move my arm or to go get coffee or not get coffee. But if we do look deeper, we realize that that is just the universe. That is a part of the universe. It is inseparable. It is the universe choosing to move an arm or to go get coffee. Because nothing happens in a vacuum. Nothing happens without countless causes and effects that came before it. And so, rather than seeing ourselves as consciousness inhabiting these bodies, observing what the eyes see, the ears hear, and our minds think and imagine, we are just part of the oneness. There is no self in the sense that there is a Todd here or a you there. It is all the same consciousness, differentiated with the illusion of temporary separation, so that this magnificent physical universe can experience itself. But when someone criticizes me, there is no entity that is being hurt by those words. That is the illusioned, mind-made self. Very efficient for creating a bank account, for having a passport. But when we believe that these documents and these names that are just a few sounds conveyed by a few squiggly lines are our true self, now there's something to protect at all costs. Now there's something that needs praise and adulation and must prevent criticism and blame. So now there is this constant battle that we are engaged in. This even becomes inner conflict because now we have an opinion about our imaginary self. And this is really what spirituality means when they talk about the I am. Not I am great, I am terrible, I am the best, I am the worst, but I am. This is how we remove that split personality that exists within us, where we think I have a life instead of I am life. And when we have that split, when we think the mind is who we truly are, then we suffer whatever pops into our head. And our mind is a survival tool. It is designed to tell us to seek out food, to stay safe against tigers, to find a mate, often stemming from these physical impulses in these physical bodies that we temporarily reside in. But the true self is oneness. The true self is the universe. We are the earth. And we are the sun. There is no separating these things. And when we recognize the oneness, that we are all life, living off of each other, then there's nothing to defend at all costs, because life goes on. We are here for a short and brief and exciting show. Never a dull moment in our modern age. We may be feeling like we're reading a choose your own adventure book where we get to decide what happens next based on the story we were born into. And that is true, that we have this infinite potential and possibility. But at the end of the day, there's just one reader, and that is the universe. And you cannot make a mistake because the universe cannot make mistakes. We only learn. We only have lessons. The universe isn't testing us, it is teaching us. Everything in the universe comes back into balance. And sometimes it maintains that balance through success and achievement, and sometimes it's through failure and setbacks. But it is just all part of the show. All part of that cause and effect. All part of perfect balance. And when we become out of balance, when we lose our centered nature and start to freak out about the universe not being the way we thought it should be, we need to remember that the universe is always as it should be. Life could not happen any other way, or it would have. This is the only way everything could have happened, because everything happens for so many reasons. The mind is really no more than the circuitry of our brain, but the consciousness, that entity which chooses which thoughts and impulses to act on and which ones to avoid. The one that makes those choices of what to do and what not to do. And that consciousness that can always turn its gaze inward, outward, left, right, that chooses what this body does, is not in this physical dimension. And that is the dimension of consciousness that pervades this entire universe. It is in every atom and subatomic particle and microbial life form. Like electricity is all around us, and when it is channeled into a operating machine, that machine comes to life. And now it has this concentrated functioning system that it operates within. And we are similar in that it is consciousness that is the energy of this universe that makes this universe exist. And we are seeing this in quantum physics all the time, in how consciousness creates reality and how it affects reality. And we see that this consciousness is everywhere because I am not just conscious of this body and this mind. I am conscious of my surroundings. My consciousness expands far beyond my body, from what I can hear, sense, see, smell, and touch. Even though two particles never touch each other, even though when I touch this couch, my skin does not actually touch the couch, and there is a field between the two, my consciousness can sense the couch, and it expands beyond the physical body. And when we shed these physical bodies and we merge back with the source, we take with it our perspective, what we learned, and we merge back into universal consciousness and infinite knowledge and wisdom and awareness. The limited consciousness, the separate individual perspective disappears. And during that process, we see everything we've done in our lives with an expanded consciousness that sees what other people were thinking, what other people's true intentions were. And we realize that nothing was so serious, that nothing was worth getting upset about, because we are just here for the blink of an eye to witness this incredible show that all of the tech experts in Silicon Valley are still trying to figure out such a good simulation. And we've got this free ticket that is so rare and so special. And just like we watch movies and sometimes there's screaming and violence, we can even enjoy this show with all its ups and downs, because there really is no difference. Our true selves, that non-physical dimension of who we are, that cannot be found in the physical by body, that cannot be found in the physical body by the best scientists and experts, cannot be harmed, cannot be touched. Whether we're here for 1 year or 150 years, they are both a blink of an eye in cosmic time. It is a miracle just to be here, just to get these great front row tickets to the Earth show. And we just return back to love. And if we were loving and kind, then when we gain that universal awareness, we will not feel ashamed or guilty or regretful for how we spent our time here. But as long as we think this is it and this is everything, then we are going to do whatever it takes hurt as many people as it takes to try to be right instead of happy and loving. But consciousness can never die because it was never born. It is eternal, timeless, infinite, and endless, just like this universe, because that is who we are. Most of us, whether we realize it or not, view life like we are a baseball catcher. And we sit and we get ready for this moment to arrive, which is the ball being thrown at us. And we're getting ready to catch it. And we get ready, and then the ball comes and we catch it, and then we hold on to it. And this is really how we are viewing time. We are like getting ready for a moment and then trying to hold on to that moment. We anticipate what's about to come next. And then when it arrives, we study it, analyze it, hold on to it for as long as possible if it's a good moment. If it's a bad moment, we unintentionally hold on to it for the rest of our lives. But life is more like a waterfall. And time is this pouring water. And whatever water is in the air is the now. And it is constantly flowing, and there is no way to catch it. We cannot hold that waterfall. We cannot freeze it. We cannot stop it in midair, and we just have to let it go. And this is the way that we flow through life. Instead of get caught up in our beliefs, ideas, memories, concepts that we hold on to and that we identify with. And it is much freer to just keep letting this present moment wash over us. There is nothing to hang on to. There is nothing to anticipate, because if we anticipate, we miss our entire life. I first experienced this when I was at a concert, and I wasn't familiar with the way that this band was changing the music and changing these songs I had heard. So I was going through this feeling of, where are they going with this? Oh, there it is. And it was just this constant analysis. And every now and then I could stop my mind and just let the music take me. And that is really the best metaphor for life, is let it take you. Let time flow with you. Stop trying to block that river of time and start to kick your feet up and flow with it. We can still swim to one side. We can still splash our friends. But we don't have to resist the flow of time. We don't have to be angry at any rapids. We just will do so much better if we can keep our head above water and just float over those rocky areas. And we do this through a daily practice of just trying to stay with each moment as it comes, to let go of any moment that has passed, and to catch ourselves when our mind begins to time travel, anticipating moments or getting stuck on something. We do not need to analyze every moment of our lives. We don't need to always figure something out, because we have a higher wisdom that we have to start learning to trust. That when our mind is clear, the higher wisdom can come through. We really can become free from any impulse, any short-term thinking. And we can always do what is best for ourselves and our friends and our families and our communities, not just in the short term, but in the long term. It is that mental story that creates all friction, that attaches to anger, right? Anger is something that happens when we experience something and we can't let it go. And we have to react to it in an unwise way. And so by simply letting time flow, when something happens, when someone is a jerk to us, we can be grateful that it's already over, that the past is in the past, and to hold on to a grudge, resentment, an anger response that does not solve conflict is that short-sighted thinking that we want to avoid. And when we are calm and clear, we always do what is in the best interest of ourselves and this planet. And the present moment is the way out of that anticipation and attachment cycle. There is so much more depth and richness in this present moment than in a memory in our mind or anticipation in our mind. Whatever we think we are always trying to figure out, that we're always struggling with, or we think we need to always be doing, even in our mind, we can actually figure out through presence and clarity, clearing the mind. This is when the insights have room to pop into our mind. It's wonderful to fill our brain with knowledge and stuff, but when we can then clear the mind, wisdom arises. This is the difference between building the nuclear bomb and having the wisdom not to use it. And so no matter what we are doing, no matter if it's good or bad, we can stay with this moment. We do not have to lose ourselves to the past or future. We can feel the textures, see the colors around us, the shapes and forms, and we can know that when it's good, we'll crave it later. And so we don't need to lose ourselves to it and get attached to that past moment. And that when it's bad, it'll be over, and we don't need to relive it over and over again. And so presence is that disinfectant for all of the suffering that comes from craving and attachment to pleasure and those negative feelings of resistance and aversion. And what we'll discover is that anything we experience is not the source of our happiness or misery. They are just that passing of time, the waterfall of life falling on us, always changing, always rushing by, nothing to hold on to, nothing that will bring us the satisfaction and fulfillment we're looking for, except that deep peace and stillness within, the eye of the storm, the calm at the center. whether it is external experiences or the internal arising and falling away of our thoughts. It is just that constant change, those rushing rapids going by. And we're looking for some rock or tree to grab a hold of, but the stillness is within. This is what we can tether to. This is how we can survive any tragedy and not lose ourselves to any cravings or addiction. We just have to trust these bodies, these brains we're born into, that the answer will appear when it's needed. And we don't have to constantly be grasping on to something that is always changing in order to feel secure, because that will be only a false illusion of security. And the only stillness that we will find in this ever-changing universe is the stillness within. And it's so fortunate that it's always with us. So the question is, when someone treats us bad repeatedly, when is it okay to walk away, and when should we just love them and keep smiling and inviting that mistreatment into our lives? And I'm always reminded of the analogy that came to me when I was walking through a school and passing by the art department. And even though these are young kids and the art's not that great by modern standards, but they were trying their hardest, and I think it is beautiful. And I love all art for trying to make the world a more beautiful place. And it doesn't matter to me if you're the worst artist in the world or the best, because it is that same love that is going into it, whether you're Picasso or a baby. And so art and people are similar in that I love all art, I love all people, but I can't have it all in my house. That's just too much. And some people are dangerous to themselves and others, and we may need to separate them from society, but we can love them. We can give them the best opportunity for rehabilitating, and we can ensure their safety and their ethical, humane treatment. When we lose our humanity, we are willing to do just about anything to anyone, because we are not seeing a human being. And so, similarly, we may not want every person in our lives all the time, because they have not worked on themselves. They have not made an effort to grow as people. And that's okay. And we don't have to feel bad, because we don't have the room in our house for everyone. So it's really a choice of, are we making it in anger or are we making it in love? Because when we want what's best for someone, we may need to distance ourselves. But when we are angry with someone and we wish the worst for them, that is a poison in our own bodies. And we are letting that person destroy us,
from the inside. And so it's better to separate with love than to stay with someone and hold on to anger. So whichever choice it is, make sure it's coming from your highest intention, from a peaceful and calm place. And then you can trust that whatever decision you make is not based on some narrative, some mental story, but is truly coming from a deeper truth in your heart. When we have intense feelings about someone, intense feelings of anger and hatred, betrayal, or even just frustration, it can be very difficult to even see the possibility of speaking our minds, telling this person they've hurt us without screaming, but there is a way to share with someone how they've wronged you in a loving way. And this is really the only way people actually can hear you. This is the only way people can receive what you're telling them and not put up walls and become defensive. And as hard as that seems, as impossible sometimes as that seems, so many people ask me, forgive and love my abuser, betrayer, so I'm just supposed to be a doormat and let them walk all over me. This is where the peaceful, loving no comes in. That is a boundary which respects yourself and which respects the other person, because if you allow negative behavior towards yourself, if you allow it in others, you are doing them a disservice. You are doing the people they meet a disservice. And that is not love. That is fear. And what we need to do is watch that fear, watch that anger, and see if there is a way to communicate healthy boundaries in a loving way. It doesn't mean letting anyone betray you, walk all over you, or take advantage of you. In fact, it's the total opposite. You are telling people how it is okay to treat you and how it is not okay to treat you. You are telling people what a healthy boundary looks like with a healthy frame of mind that is not screaming, belligerent, or insulting, or any of those other things that don't really make us look good in the long run. So this is the practice of simply being present, not following that mental thought storm of rage, and simply bringing your consciousness back towards your intentions, which is to create a boundary or to explain to someone how they hurt you. Some things we can let go. Some things maybe happen once and we don't need to bring it up because we love this person, or we'd rather, clean up after someone because we love them than explain, how they're not using a coaster. So we just have to look in and use our peaceful inner guidance and intuition instead of that impulsive rage, bad choice. I think that the most toxic label that we put on ourselves is the label me. Because from that label, we get my and mine. And suddenly, we have opened ourselves up to infinite labels that create nothing but suffering. Suddenly, we need to possess. We need to own things in order to feel more full. We need more things to call mine in order to strengthen that sense of me and I. And suddenly there is this false identity that everything that happens to that identity instead of just happening. Instead of witnessing life like a movie with just peace and joy, like we watch our favorite movie, suddenly we feel that it's happening to us, that we are in the movie. And suddenly every little tiny thing that happens is happening to us. And it is a matter of life and death and incredible importance. And sometimes things are life and death, but we don't need to label a stove as hot to pull our hand away from it. We just instinctually pull our hand away from it. And only if we sit around thinking, how could that stove do that to me? Then we are creating all that suffering that doesn't need to exist. You know, we really lose sense of our connection through me, through mine. And we fail to see that there is only we. There is only one. There is only our relationship to everything else. And really that phrase me just completely separates and cuts us off from that truth, that reality, that there is no separateness whatsoever. Only our limited vision makes it appear as though we are separate, that there is a separate entity that is me and you. But if you could see infrared, if you could see energy, you would not see these solid separate forms. And so it's really an illusion that there is separateness. You know, we are all the brief manifestation of emerging between our parents and their parents. And none of us are separate in any way from all of life. And we are but a chain in the evolutionary process of all life. And to completely fall for that illusion is the source of all suffering. All negative labels we think of ourselves, call ourselves, they all stem from me. I think as young people, we all ask ourselves, who are we? What is our true nature? Who are we supposed to be? How should we be? What is my personality? How should I best respond in every situation? And I had this personal journey when I was probably in my late teenage years. And what I found was that the less I thought of who I was and who I should be, the more present I became in every situation. And the more I was letting instinct and intuition decide my responses. And this is what I found to be the way to express my true self, which was completely free from any mental picture, completely free from my past, my upbringing. And this is when we are actually our most full selves, when we stop thinking, how should I respond? And we just respond. And we get rid of all self-consciousness and all self-focus, and we put our attention into the universe around us, where we are simply vessels for this cosmic consciousness to enter and express itself.
when we're constantly thinking, oh, how should I respond? We're already not paying attention, and we're already going to say something stupid, and we're not going to be confident. And that is really the essence of what they call actors who have a great presence. They're actually just present, and they know how to fully respond to the situation without getting lost in their head and without overthinking. And that relaxed presence is what's so magnetic and so attractive to keep watching. And we can all experience that in any situation when we get out of our head and we let go of any labels, any past, and any sense of self, because that is when we are fully ourselves and we're not just overthinking, overanalyzing, and constantly filtering what's happening down through this egoic, self-obsessed thinking mind. So for me, that was really the change. When I just stopped focusing on myself, I was able to start being fully myself. Make right now your rock bottom. If you feel like you are spiraling down, don't fight it. Don't try to claw your way out. Don't dig yourself deeper into that hole. Instead, let go. Collapse onto your bed or couch and take in the moment of falling. Let yourself go wherever you're going. Then, when there is a moment of stillness, you will know this is rock bottom. From here, you can do anything. Don't let life get even more out of control. Don't wait for things to get worse. Make this moment your rock bottom. From here, everything is up. But don't let yourself dig that hole deeper. Wherever you are, whatever you're struggling with, fall into it. And then feel that stillness at the bottom. Feel that peacefulness when there is no more resistance, no more self-hatred, no more chasing after pleasures, and just discover the peace of that spaciousness. And really, that is what is at the rock bottom, is endless space, that infinite blackness. And this is where true peace lies and true healing starts. It doesn't matter what you've done. It doesn't matter what you need to learn or achieve or develop, acquire, or have some insight. Right now, there can be peace. And from peace comes healing, because we no longer require unhealthy activities and substances to provide us relief from our suffering. Peace is the opposite of suffering, not pleasure, not happiness. But happiness comes from peace. From pleasure only comes that roller coaster of life, that high and the crash, the dopamine and the endorphins and the oxytocins, followed by the crash. But peace is forever. We just have to let go and have a moment of stillness to discover it. Sometimes we do need that wake-up call, but let this be your wake-up call. There is a beautiful life ahead without substances, without unhealthy behaviors. In fact, they only prevent the happiness we're seeking. Now, your mind might still be chaotic. It might still be calling out for substances, or to go back with unhealthy relationships. But that's okay. There may still be storms on the surface of the ocean, but there is always silence and stillness below. All we have to do is stay aware. Notice the thoughts, because it is through noticing that we touch that peaceful, silent witness within us. So just pay attention. Just tune out all the distractions that let those thoughts stay beneath the surface, controlling our lives. Be with yourself. Be that stable presence for yourself and your manipulative, desirous thoughts. And every time that you pay attention and don't follow that train of thought to obey it, you're developing that new habit of self-control, of discipline, of identification with your higher self that knows better, that knows what you need. Your thoughts are not who you are. They are the conditioning of your past. And you do not have to escape them. They can say whatever they want. Your ego can act out and disrupt your peace and try as hard as it wants. But simply being aware of that, simply being aware that it's trying to manipulate us and it doesn't have our best interests at heart all the time, frees us from its manipulation and its control over us. So look at your life like escaping versus facing. And we realize there's nothing to escape. There's nothing we can't face. And the more we can be with ourselves, the more we can love ourselves. And when we love ourselves, we love life and the entire universe. Because it all starts within. We can all become more peaceful
and happier. We can all tap into that essence of peace within us that is beyond this physical world. And I call that the spiritual dimension, or our spiritual nature. There are many paths to the top of the mountain. And for some people, it will look different than others. Some people will choose paths of devotion to a God, and that is what brings them their deepest peace. Some people will choose meditation and contemplation and turning inward. And some people will choose service and charity, and they become selfless in those actions. And anything that helps us shine a light on that ego, understand the nature of our mind, the nature of life, is going to be beneficial. Now, some people, the idea of meditation will make them run and turn the other direction as fast as they can. But I think that every single one of us can tap into that dimension inside of themselves and experience a deepening into presence, which can bring about great changes in their enjoyment of life and the quality of their life experience.
So, Don, how was your experience when you had to fight your meditation demon?
Well, for me, I'm not giving any weight to it, but I literally did see these demons in some deep meditations, and I didn't think too much about it, but I just welcomed every experience. And sometimes they would be visual, and sometimes it would be mostly my just thoughts in the brain. But it was a great experience to overcome the constant itching, scratching, peeking with my eyes open, just anything to get through an hour of meditation. But when you can sit for an hour totally still, and you have a lot of moments of inner stillness, then it's all worth it. Because if you can sit still for an hour and face that extreme boredom and our fear of that boredom, fear of the silence and the stillness or the negative thoughts, then every other activity is so easy and so joyful, because you've just tortured yourself for an hour. But in a therapeutic, the most therapeutic, because we are our own therapists, and no one has direct access to our mind. Even if we are talking to a therapist, we are still filtering what we're going to say. We're not sharing literally every thought that pops in their mind. They're not having access to our subconscious and unconscious parts of our brain. But in meditation, we can access those levels and allow the mind to settle beyond the thinking, and then we can see what's there underneath. Oftentimes, what we avoid the most can be that thing we need the most. If an alcoholic thinks about not drinking, that may make them panic. But we know that that's because there is some level of suffering under the surface that alcohol helps them cope with. And for a lot of people, meditation can just be the getting rid of all of that distraction, coping mechanisms, and we are left to face what is there. And at first, that can be scary when we have never confronted ourselves. And I think this is where that notion of know thyself comes from in spirituality, which is to know what is there, to face our inner demons and our inner battles is the best way to release them and to make peace with whatever's there. And it takes a bit of courage and a bit of effort, but we can all sit still. You know, it's the easiest thing in the world and also the hardest thing in the world, the act of doing nothing. But it is that thing that we resist that has the most to teach us. Hopefully we can get to a place where we can all be our own therapist and we can be each other's therapists. But I have the utmost respect for therapists. They are essential for so many different people and different kinds of conditions that people have or struggles they're going through, and they can provide some great common sense, rational solutions that can really give people a strategy to cope in their lives. But ultimately, at the end of the day, there is inner work and there's outer work. And the inner work is really going to that source, that point of consciousness. And when we go to the source of our entire experience, every problem improves. So a lot of times we might go to therapy for couples therapy or addiction, and these things can become improved. But when we can go to the source, everything gets improved. And this is just the nature of life itself, where we go to the cause of a problem and we address that. And so we go as deep as to the cause of all of it. And ultimately, everything flows from our consciousness. What are we aware of? What are we putting our attention on? And what are we fixating and clinging to and unable to let go of? And this is where we can improve our relationships. This is where we can decrease our addictions. And so outer work is, like getting massaged, and inner work is like doing yoga. It's like that, taking that power back to ourselves and to truly deal with us on that deepest level. Things are always happening around us, and we feel like they are happening to us. But nothing can truly affect us on that deepest level until we turn our attention inward and go to that level that is beyond even our senses, and we become aware of awareness. That is the ultimate turning our gaze back onto itself. So we can take drugs to improve our mood, but the consciousness that is aware of that mood is unchanging. And the more that we can connect with the source and we can discover that peace beyond the chaos, beyond the content of our life story, the deeper peace that can emerge because we have this connection to that reservoir of peace within us. And when we are more peaceful, we don't need to buy a product to make us feel better. We don't need to take a substance to make us feel better. And we don't need to take out our stress and anger on our loved ones. So everything improves when we connect to this peace that is always under those negative thoughts or chaotic, incessant stream of thoughts. We want a world of beauty. We recognize that for there to be love, there must be loss. And so we choose love, even though it comes with loss. And really what we end up with is back to the notion that this is that perfect universe with everything in balance, where we are able to choose what we focus on. We are able to choose the light over the dark. We are able to find the love even though it's fleeting, and we appreciate it. And we appreciate each moment of our life more. And so, to me, there can be no pleasure without pain. There can be no love without loss. There can be no reaching towards a more blissful experience without first seeing that truth of suffering in our lives. Well, some people think that these places I'm visiting must be very expensive, and how nice it must be to live in the mountains. But all of the monasteries, all of the ashrams are free. They're, donation only. And so really it's just the plane ticket. The plane ticket's the big expense. But once you make it to India or Asia or South America, there are many places you can find where you'll be very welcome, just to deepen your connection to your spiritual source. I do not live in the mountains. I wish I lived in the mountains. Unfortunately, like all of us, I'm living in New York City, where I can earn a living and still continue to reach people and teach about some of the things I learn around the world. I still try to visit ashrams and monasteries and shamanic tribes and villages all the time, as much as I can. Not always as much as I'd like, but every year I try to visit as many spiritual places as possible, just to further my awareness. I try to live my life in that Buddhist middle path, which is not out of the world, not totally in it, but I live in New York City because that's where the people are. That's where we're all running around stressed and overworked and overtired. And so really that's what spirituality is designed for. That it's not designed for the mountains. It is discovered in the mountains, and then we bring it to the cities where we need it. Yeah, you can bring the mountain with you. That's the way to go. I feel like not only should we not take anything seriously, but I feel like spirituality really tells us don't take anything at all, period. Just let it all go, leave it all be, trust in the universe that it'll all work out. Of course, we interact and we engage with our surroundings, but we don't need to grasp onto mental notions, because as soon as we have grasped onto something,
we're missing reality. And so to me, comedy is spirituality. There is such a healing, soulful experience that happens when we laugh. It is really like crying. It is this essential, uncontrollable expression of overloaded emotion that immediately releases whatever we're holding on to and any kind of tension, stress, and worries. So it's really, to me, it's a great spiritual gift to laugh and to make others laugh. There was this one famous Lama who I was speaking with in an ashram or a Buddhist monastery in northern India. And he's one of those lamas that has the last name Rinpoche, and I will butcher the first name, so I'm gonna just call him Mr. Rinpoche. And he said that a bird needs 2 wings to fly, and humans need 2 wings to fly. One is wisdom, and one is experience. And wisdom is the intellectual understanding that we can develop about ourselves and spirituality through teachings and scripture. And experience is when we put it into practice, when we sit down to do our meditation, or we become fully present as we do our activities through the day. And the more we put it into practice, and learn this correct way of thinking, this correct way to see reality beyond the veil of opinions, judgments, and labels, this is how we'll really make spiritual progress. A lot of times, self-love stems from the pressure, labels, judgments, and criticisms we put on ourselves. So it's really important that with each breath we take, we breathe in that energy of the universe. You know, we're breathing in the stardust of billions of stars. We are breathing in all of the plants. We are breathing in air that every human has exhaled in every single breath. In every breath, we breathe in the entire universe, and we really connect with that oneness. And when we are in oneness, there is no insecurity or self-hatred. And on every exhale, we have an opportunity to breathe out every bit of stress and worry and any of the baggage that we've been carrying onto. So if we can make a habit of conscious breathing, noticing that self-critical tendency and nature within us on every inhale, and letting it all go on every exhale. This is the power of breath. And this is why we sigh. It's just a natural form of releasing whatever we're holding on to. So that is available to us. And then the other habits that can help us turn self-dislike into self-love is anything that treats our mind, body, and soul with love. That can be, in our body's case, getting moving, eating those most nutritious foods. For our soul, that can look like meditation or practicing mindfulness. And for our mind, that can be reading our favorite book or relaxing at the beach or anything that allows us to decompress. And it's essential that we recognize that the way we treat ourselves is an act of love or not. So simply being as loving to ourselves as we would be to anyone else is essential to developing that connection to that source of love within us that then expands to everyone else. Oneness is really about noticing the connection and relationships of all things. And you realize how every little thing influences every other thing. When we hate others, we have hate in our heart, and it is tormenting. Even if we feel in the moment it's justified and righteous, it is a complete disturbance of our inner peace. That hate has a very heavy negative energy. And the only way to be fully in peace and joy is to nurture our compassion. And the more compassion we have, the more love we have, and the more joy and peace we have in our lives. I think that truly everything in this universe is perfection. And the only areas where we all sense that the world's kind of going in the wrong direction is stemming from the human mind. And when we are living out of tune with nature, our own nature, when we are not getting enough sunshine, nature, social connection, free time to meditate, think, reflect, it creates a short circuit in our brain software, and we need to reset that. And we see the symptoms of that in society through the cruelty and selfishness. When we are out of tune with our own nature, when we're living against our true purpose, it is what creates all of the problems we see in our society. And so to get back to that, it really helps to look at nature and the balance and the perfection and the complexity yet organization that arises from this harmonious ecosystem all around us. When you can get away from human involvement, you can see this perfection. But if you can't have access to that, if you live in a big city, there is always the sky or a plant, or we all have the ability to close our eyes, and we are life, and we can sense that perfection in us. We all are these perfect, miraculous, magical, mysterious beings. And when we eat the way we're supposed to eat and we move the way we're supposed to move, we can bring that balance back to us too.
how we feel about others is so often a reflection of how we feel about ourselves. When we are confident, when we love ourselves, that gets projected into the world, and we see love everywhere. What you have inside is projected outward as well. So it's super important to recognize that strangers really are a mirror, and we are really seeing ourselves. And when we feel love towards ourselves and confident, we see a loving, wonderful world. And when we are constantly stressed, worried, fearful of others or anything, then that is because we have fear, we have stress, and it's really not about other people. What is more important in the spiritual path is to look at our thoughts and emotions as the object of our focus. These are what we can control. These are in our domain to touch, nurture, nourish the good aspects and weed out the negative aspects like hatred and fear. And so when we do this, we actually change the world. We actually, by becoming more loving, we project that out, and it creates ripple effects in millions and countless ways. And so it's really important to see others as ourselves, because we all are ultimately the same life force energy. There's no one who has a different life force energy. We all have that same electrical spark inside of us that makes us who we are. And we really are all the same. And the more we treat people with love, or the more we even treat people like they're great, they will be greater. They will see themselves through you, because we are a mirror for them as well. And so we really can completely change the way we see the world and the way the world responds to us. And it doesn't maybe feel like hating yourself, but hating yourself can be experienced more as feelings of extreme worry. We can project it, hating others. We can feel like our lives aren't the way they should be, the way we want them to be. The world isn't the way we want it to be. But this is really hating ourselves, hating our lives, hating the world. And so it really does come down to whatever we feel inside, we project it. And, it radiates from us. We can either generate peace and love, or chaos and anger and greed. We have to expand our perspective. We have to widen our view. We always have a clear picture when we can take a step back. And so it's really important to notice and remember that people are a product of their environment. They are a product of their genetics, their upbringing, and we are all the same when you strip those things away. We all want love. We all want a good life. We all want to be successful and have recognition and have all of our needs met. And unfortunately, some people get their software little wires mixed in their mind. It leads to all the suffering we see, cruelty and crime. And so we need to remember that we are all doing our best. because it's really true. No one wants a difficult life. Everyone is doing their best to have a simple, easy, good life. And nobody wants a struggling, hard life. And so when we can really turn our hatred into empathy and understanding, we will see people as their potential, not just their worst moments. And we can let go of expectations for other people, and we can just appreciate this varied forms of life that make up all of our experiences. Good, bad, it's all just part of the tapestry, and it's beautiful. The more we become disconnected from nature, the more we are disconnected from our food and the undeveloped forests and nature that we used to live in, we became disconnected from the oneness. Oneness is really about noticing the connection and relationships of all things. And you realize how every little thing influences every other thing. And it's harder but not impossible to experience when we live in cities and food doesn't look like food anymore. But it's also very easy to get back to. And it can be a little harder if you're very old and you have these very ingrained mental thought habits. You think this certain way. It's hard to change, but it's not impossible. And it's really easier than most people think. It's just like creating any new habit, and it just takes practice and repetition. But the more we focus on how everything is connected, the more we can keep that understanding at all times. I like to occasionally say a little prayer to all the gods, all the beings, all the Buddhas, all the gurus. I don't even know if any of them are real, but it's about expressing love and gratitude to the universe and to everything that is and everything that may be. And to me, they're just tools for expressing even more love and more gratitude.